been a big conversation in this body that actually matches the conversation that's happening around the country right now. If you ask any random person on the street what are the key issues that they're thinking about right now, almost every poll that I've seen for the past several months have said people are concerned about the economy and they're concerned about border security. Just about every poll you've seen everywhere, that's been the 1 and 2. Sometimes border security has been the top issue, sometimes it's been the second issue, but it's been in those top 2 over and over and over again. And it's not just border states, and it's not just Republicans. It's Republicans, Democrats, Independents alike. They see what's happening in the border, and they just want to know what's the plan. Because the news comes out in September that last September was the highest number of border crossings ever in the history of country for any September. Then October was the highest number of illegal crossings of any October. Then November was the highest number of crossings of any November in our nation's history. And then December came, and it was not only the highest number of illegal crossings of any December in our history, it was the highest single month ever for any month in our history. And typically December is a lower month, but instead it was the highest month in our history with the highest single day in our history, and an average of 10,000 people a day that illegally cross the border. Right at 300,000 people in a single month. Just to put that in perspective, if I go during the Obama administration, what we had in December and November exceeded any single year in the Obama administration. Just those 2 months. During the early days of the Obama administration, we had 21,000 people a year that requested asylum. 21,000 people a year that requested asylum on our southern border. We had that in 2 days in December. That's how things have shifted. That's why this is not a partisan issue. This is a national issue. People understand the national security implications of this, that we literally have thousands of people crossing the border every day, and we have no idea where they are. They cross the border, and I can tell you quickly how. They cross somewhere in the desert in Arizona, either through a gap that's been cut in the fence, or in areas where there is a gap at the fence and they just go around it. They're given a couple different options. One is a parole authority called 236 parole. You're just released in the country, take off. There's another one called the notice to appear. You'll hear the common term NTA. They're saying there's just so many people crossing right now, we don't have time to be able to go through all the paperwork, so we're going to give you a piece of paper that says show up at an ICE office, and you can literally go anywhere you want to go in the country to do this. Go anywhere you want to be able to go in the country, hand them this piece of paper and turn yourself in, and then get a hearing date set after that. Maybe shocking to everyone, not many people are actually showing up at ICE offices and turning themselves in. They're just disappearing into the country by the hundreds of thousands, month after month. In addition to that, if you come to our ports of entry and you're going to do an orderly entry, well, that's shifted actually. Since earlier this year, this administration has started using a parole authority that is termed humanitarian parole, but they're using it in a way no administration has ever used humanitarian parole in the history of the country. You see, earlier this year, actually I should say now last year, now it's January, earlier last year, this administration announced to the world that if you will tell us ahead of time that you're coming, when you come to a port of entry, we will give you a work permit when you arrive, that day. So 1,500 people a day come to their appointment at the port of entry from all over the world. They show up, they're given a parole document called 212D, and they're given a work permit that day and released into the country. We've just asked the question, how does that slow down immigration across the country? Because parole is actually not a status. Parole is actually listed in our law as a non-status, is that you're actually here. But humanitarian parole was designed for a situation like what we had in Ukraine, or it was designed for a situation where an individual has a funeral that they've got to get to, but in their country it takes too long to get a visa and they couldn't get to the funeral, and so they get humanitarian parole to be able to come in and get to that funeral. It's not designed to say, y'all come. It's not designed to be anyone from anywhere in the world just show up and I'm going to hand you a work permit when you get here and release you into the country at 1,500 people a day. Americans see this. This doesn't make sense to people. They just want to know, what are we going to do to get order where there's chaos? They're not asking for a political solution. They're just asking for a solution. This shouldn't be something that we don't address here. For 2.5 months now, my colleague Senator Murphy, my colleague Senator Sinema, and a whole bunch of folks are around the three of us that are other colleagues in this body and their staff have worked together to try to get to a solution of how can we address this in a bipartisan way. This body requires bipartisan solutions. We've got to have 60. So we've got to work on hard issues. I would tell you the House of Representatives did a very good bill called H.R. 2 that addressed a lot of issues dealing with immigration. But unfortunately, the House didn't have any Democrats on board. In fact, they didn't even have all Republicans on board that particular bill. They passed a very comprehensive set of solutions to be able to deal with border security. That's what they passed. This body's not passed anything to be able to respond. The House noticed a long time ago this is something that needs to be addressed. This body has been allergic to working on how to be able to solve the border crisis. So for the last 2.5 months, we've met in a bipartisan way to hammer out, how do we solve this? Because it can't be ignored. The worst case scenario is for Americans to say, who's going to do something, and for this body to say, not it. We got to come to some solutions. Some of the issues are obvious. The vast majority of people coming across the border will say, I have fear in my country because the cartels have told them if you say the magic word, you'll be released in the country. Because that puts you on a track for asylum, when actually what it does is it puts you into a 10-year backlog of claims that are out there, and people know if I cross the border and just make a statement, I can be in the United States for the next 10 years. It's the greatest country in the world. There's billions of people that would like to be able to be here. That's a pretty easy entry, to be able to just come across, say the secret word, and you're in. We got to be able to resolve that. We as a nation should be able to filter through the people that are coming and to identify who actually qualifies for asylum and who is just wanting to come to be a part of the greatest nation in the world. If you want to just come for economic reasons, there's a way to be able to do that, to go through the legal process. We allow about 1 million people a year to legally naturalize into our country. We're one of the most generous countries in the world in our legal naturalization process. We should continue to be able to do that, as we have for decades and decades. But for people that want to game the system, we are lawmakers. Why would we ignore people that are abusing the law? If we ignore the abuse of the law, what are we doing making law if it's not going to actually be enforced? So let's get back to identifying those who actually qualify for asylum, and those who are just gaming the system, turn them back around and to say, go through the legal processes. Don't run through the desert. Don't swim across the river. Don't come to a border agent and lie to them. Let's figure out a legal way to be able to address legal immigration and turn around illegal migration. We should be able to solve this issue. It's obvious to everybody. We should be able to bring immediate consequences when someone's actually violated our law. Currently, someone crosses in the border, it may be 10 years before it's addressed. If we can't deal with immediate consequences, as I've heard over and over again from parents and from every individual, a delayed consequence is a non-consequence. So if the consequence is delayed 10 years, that's not really a consequence, and everyone knows it. So we've got to be able to have immediate consequences. And we've got to have solutions to this issue about just paroling 1,500 random people from anywhere in the world. If the standard to get into America is literally just fill out a form and tell them that you're coming first and you're released into the country with a work permit and a non-status of parole, literally that is an executive authority that could be taken away at any moment, literally. Next president comes in, they could waive every single parolee on the first day and it'd be entirely legal because parole is not a status, it's just a release into the country. If we can't figure out how to be able to solve that, when the mayors of Chicago and of New York and of Denver are saying, why is this administration releasing people into the country between ports of entry in this other parole process or an NTA with no work permit and just releasing them by the hundreds of thousands? Why is this happening? If we can't answer that question, then we need to be able to sit down at the table until we do. The Senate's where hard things get worked out. This is a hard thing. This is something that's not been resolved in more than 30 years. I understand we have differences of opinion. So does America, except in this one issue. They want this solved. America wants a resolution on this. So I encourage us as a body to keep negotiating, keep working at it. We're not going to solve everything. We never do. But we need to solve as much as we can because this is one of the biggest issues in the country. And I would tell you, this is one of our greatest threats. In the past year, in the flood of people crossing our border, tens of thousands of people that came across our border, this administration declared as a national security risk. The term they use is special interest alien. Tens of thousands of people that crossed were given that designation, special interest alien, and then released into the country. We have no idea where they are. These were identified at the border as a national security risk, but because we're not managing our border and we're overrun with capacity, the option they have is releasing them. For the sake of our nation's national security and our future, let's actually go back to following the law. Let's actually create a process where when we pass law, we expect it to actually be enforced and to be done. We can do a hard thing. That's our job. That I yield the floor.
Senator from North Carolina.
Madam President, before the senator from Oklahoma leaves, I was wondering if he would yield for a question.
Yes, I would.
Senator Lankford, you've done an extraordinary job of negotiating what I think is going to be a successful compromise that's going to get support from Republicans and Democrats. But as you were going through this work and the years that you've spent studying this issue as a ranking member and chair in a committee of jurisdiction, I've got to believe you've looked at, let's say, Canada, for example. There are a lot of people that think what Senator Lankford and those of us who are trying to support Senator Lankford are being draconian and being out of step with the Western world. But Senator Lankford, could you just briefly describe how what we're trying to do compares to, say, our partner to the north, Canada, their laws?
I don't run into many people that call the Canadians extreme. Not a derogatory statement towards the Canadians, but they have a pretty consistent system on it. If you cross from the United States into Canada and ask for asylum, they would first ask you, did you cross through the United States of America before you came into Canada? And if your answer was yes, they would turn you around and immediately return you back to the United States. And to say, you can't request asylum here in Canada if you haven't requested asylum in the places you've already traveled through. That's the law in Canada.
So, Madam President, may I ask one follow-up?
Senator from North Carolina.
So, Senator Lankford, isn't it true that tens of thousands of people who cross our borders today have not taken and who may ultimately request asylum, have looked past an opportunity to safely relocate in the country they're seeking asylum from, likely transited to another country where they could have declared of asylum, and in some cases passed through 4 or 5 or 6 different safe jurisdictions before they make the dangerous trip through Mexico, cross the Rio Grande border, and present themselves to border. Is that an accurate assessment of what hundreds of thousands of people have done during the Trump administration?
Senator Tillis, that is correct, that during the past several administrations, we have millions of people that have actually crossed across our border, have either never requested asylum. At the border, they declared they were going to ask for asylum, but literally never did, never filled out the paperwork, never even tried because they knew they weren't eligible, or they traveled through multiple countries on the way, never requested asylum because they wanted to come to America, which I don't blame them. It's the greatest country in the world. But that's not what asylum is. Asylum means I have fear in my entire country. There is no safe place in my country, so I fled to the next safe place. That's what the international definition of asylum is.
Well, I thank Senator Lankford through the chair, and then Madam President, I want to spend a few minutes on this subject as well. This is, we're reaching a milestone that I think is critically important. Since President Biden has entered office, the number of encounters at the border, 8 million. 8 million since President Biden entered office. That population exceeds the population of 30 U.S. states, the population of 30 individual U.S. states. That's the number we're talking about here. And ladies and gentlemen, a lot of them are the people that we just described. Of course the United States wants to be a haven for people who are suffering, fearing for their life, suffering from oppression. But the goal of asylum is to get them immediately out of that dangerous situation, not to suddenly decide that I want to go through 2 or 3 or 4 other jurisdictions, because what I ultimately want to do is get to the United States. They are demeaning and devaluing the concept of asylum, and the problem is they're getting those who want to come here, and we should take it as a compliment that they want to come to the United States, but they're elbowing out and sapping the capacity for the United States to make absolutely certain that people who have a legitimate case for asylum are even being heard. I wonder about how many thousands of people who desperately need to get to the United States, it's their only option, are not getting there because we're focused on this population. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to do something. This is dangerous. And you know, for a time, conservatives were really in the wilderness, being viewed as inhuman, insensitive, saying that we have to have an orderly border process. I've been saying that. I'm also somebody who thinks that we should probably legally immigrate another 250,000, 500,000 more than we do already. We immigrate about 1 million. Let me tell you the other problem we have here that's inherently unfair. I already talked about people who legitimately should be given asylum. Probably not, because we don't know who they are. We're dealing with a flood of 300,000 in the month of December alone. Of course, there are going to be collateral damage in the form of people who want asylum. But now the American people are waking up to it. You know, there was a time when it was purely a shirts and skins, blue jersey Democrat, red jersey Republican argument. It's not the case anymore. The American people expect this administration to do something. And I'm glad. And I'm also glad that we have James Lankford at the tip of the spear negotiating on behalf of Republicans. He's negotiated. I'm a part of the working group. I've seen progress. He's negotiated something that I think is important. We cannot miss this opportunity. The stakes are too high. And the American people agree. Nearly half of those who responded to this poll, which was an even distribution ideologically speaking, nearly half of them think we have an emergency at the border. They're right. I've been there several times. They are right. People are dying. Cartels are making nearly $1 billion a year charging tolls to come across the border. And if you try to cross the border without an armband or recognition that you paid a cartel, you are likely going to die. Or you're going to get one more chance before you get beaten up. That happens every day at the border, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not exaggerating. I've been there. I've seen it. I've heard the stories. Fortunately now, we have a majority of Americans that expect this administration to come to the table and negotiate in good faith with conservatives and people like me who have negotiated several bipartisan deals to solve this problem. And if any Democrats are concerned with how far the negotiations are going, I don't think that they need to. This is not a political loser for people who are concerned with voting on a bipartisan compromise. In fact, it's politically smart. So at the end of the day, I hope political advisors and everybody that's up for election next year know, you know what, you don't even need political courage to do the right thing here, because the good policy of border security is also good politics for the overwhelming majority of people that need to vote for this bill. Now, we're going to have 30 or 40 people on this side, or not 30 or 40, I think we'll probably have 25 or 30 members in this body that won't vote for it. Some will be because it didn't go too far. The others will be it didn't go far enough. Some of them are because they're in cycle. It's very difficult to explain. I get that. But we need about 70 votes coming out of this chamber to create the momentum to get it done in the House. And I'm going to be one of those 70 votes. But I also want the American people to not only wake up to the reality that people are abusing our system, they're taking our attention away from people that we should desperately find a path to getting to the United States. And they're also jumping line. And that's what I'll leave with you. How angry do you all get? Any of y'all, I love going to a good sporting event or a good comedy show. You get there early sometimes because you want to get a good seat if it's general admission. How angry do you get if you're standing in line for hours and all of a sudden somebody jumps in front of you? Well, imagine if you've been waiting years, more than a decade, to legally follow the process to be one of those million people a year that get citizenship. When you see millions of them coming across the border every year breaking line. These people that are working hard, obeying our laws, respecting it, doing it by the book, they're breaking line. And it's actually elongating the time for them to get into this country. It's unfair at every level, and it's unsafe. And the only people who are loving the stalemate that we have in this nation today are the cartels, who are charging from $5,000 to $50,000 a person to get you across the border. Not everybody has $5,000 though. So you know what they do? They say, well, you don't have to pay, but once you get across the border, you're going to participate in criminal enterprises until we think your debt is done. That's not an exaggeration either. Talk to law enforcement, talk to people in these communities. These cartels are like a cancer metastasizing through illegally present communities, exploiting them and causing some people who may not have had a criminal record in the country of their origin to become criminals here. There are a million different reasons why we need to get this border compromise done. And Madam President, I hope this Congress is the Congress where people set aside politics, do the right thing, make this country safer, and show respect for people trying to come to this country legally by making sure that their place in line is reserved. Thank you, Madam President.
How much, these guys catch up.
Yeah.
Has Donald Trump effectively killed this deal?
Oh, no. The things that are in this bill, Donald Trump would actually want to be able to have as president on this. Obviously, if he was president right now, we would have a secure border right now. But he's not, and we don't. But there's also legal authorities that he was looking for when he was president, like changes in asylum law. That is in this bill. That would be helpful regardless of who's president. This bill will also make sure, looking way out in the future, decades in the future, we'll never have another time like what we've had the last 3 years. So that's the main focus we have is we've got to make sure what's happened the last 3 years never happens again in the history of the country, and that we actually have the authorities that are needed to be able to make sure that we can
How much has he affected these negotiations by saying Republicans should not accept anything less than a perfect deal?
No, I get that. I don't doubt that he wants a perfect deal. So do I on it. But we've got to be able to figure out how to be able to do something right now to get as much done as we can possibly get done. I have a Democrat Senate that hasn't wanted to deal with this, has refused to even have hearings on these issues for the last 3 years as the whole country watches the chaos. The Democrat-led Senate has just ignored it the whole time. And I've got a president that says, hey, it's not my fault, when everyone knows clearly it is his fault. This has not ever happened under any other president ever. So we're trying to put things into place to make sure this never, ever happens again. And that we can make sure in the days ahead that the authorities are there no matter who is president, that we have control of the border.
But is Trump really undermining this deal? Because we have some senators who are saying that he's not calling us, he's not telling us to undercut this deal, even though now you have the leader sort of insinuating that the president, former president, is trying to undercut this deal.
So I was actually in that meeting yesterday, obviously, as well. And I think where Mitch McConnell was, hey, the politics have changed a lot on this, obviously. You go back to several months ago, everybody was very focused on it. We've got to be able to fix the border. We've got to be able to change the law. We're not going to do just money on this border, because if you do just money, then President Biden's going to do the same thing he's done with the money the last 3 years, and that is actually facilitate more people in rather than turn people around. But now we're in a presidential election year, and a lot of people are looking at the polling and the issues to say this is the #1 issue in the country, and there are some that are saying, hey, to protect President Trump, we need to make sure we don't vote on this. I don't agree on that, and the reason I don't agree on that is, one, we have a constitutional responsibility to be able to protect the country and its safety. We can't in one moment say it's a crisis, we've got to be able to resolve this, and the next moment say politically that's not the best thing to do. If it's a crisis, it's a crisis. We should actually go after this and be able to resolve it.
But is the leader speaking for the former president? I mean, who told him that they should protect the former president's campaign? I mean, has Trump actually called someone and said to do that?
You would actually have to talk to the leader. He's not called me and told me that, and he's not called any of the people around me that I know of to be able to do that. And so I don't know that he's talked to the leader.
Do you think he's looking for a scapegoat if this doesn't work out? Do you think he's... Some people, well, Senator Johnson thinks that this is playing politics and that the leader might be. I mean, if this doesn't work out because he thinks it's a bad deal, then he needs somebody to blame.
No, I don't take it that way at all. Everybody's got to be able to look at it. Everybody's eager to be able to read it and be able to go through it. Is this going to be a purely conservative, Republican-only bill that came out of the House of Representatives? No, because we've got to actually do negotiations in the Senate, and I've got to get a Democrat president to be able to sign it. Would this be a remarkable change in border law and changing our immigration policy and changing the way we actually handle each individual by ending catch and release and all the things that we've wanted to do for a long time? Yes, it would absolutely.
So was McConnell backing away, or was he just laying out the politics?
Well, I think he was laying out the politics. I definitely didn't get that he was backing away at all. I think he was just expressing what's the reality on the ground, what are we all looking at, because there are some people that are saying, hey, based on the politics and where we are in presidential politics right now, we should slow down or not do this or whatever it may be. The reality is still the same. We have millions of people that are crossing our border right now. We need to be able to address that. We've had tens of thousands of people that this administration declared special interest aliens, meaning that by definition they're a national security risk and they're being released from the country. So at any time for us to be able to say, well, let's keep having more people that are national security risks released in the country, and think that's a good idea. I just don't. I think we have a constitutional
Do you personally believe that Trump is using this as a campaign issue, and that's why he doesn't want a deal?
No, I don't, but I do think that he wants this solved. There's no question that he wants this problem solved.
This year, under Biden?
I think everybody has their doubts of how much President Biden's going to implement some of these things. We have things that are mandatory that have to be done immediately that will make an enormous difference on this. But I think a lot of people believe that he's going to slow walk this because of what we've seen in the last 3 years. He's not been eager to be able to actually enforce the law. So are we going to get down to the same numbers that we saw under the Trump administration? No, we're not. That's not what's going to happen.
But the politics have changed because this issue is animating voters. And
sure.
Trump could, if you guys cut a deal, Biden could campaign on it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to believe President Biden is the one who's solving the immigration problem when he's the one that actually caused the immigration problem. And so I don't believe the politics to say everyone's going to look and say, oh, this is such a big problem and President Biden solved it, when everyone has seen the last 3 years and have seen all the issues that were created in the last 3 years on this. So I just think people have a longer memory than that.
So why wouldn't you be able to get a majority of Republicans to get on board with this? Why?
So we do.
Well, there was a lot of folks that came out yesterday in that press conference that said some pretty nasty things about this border bill. They like you, but they feel like, one, they don't see the text, so they don't know what to talk about.
That's a big issue.
But they have problems with what they're hearing, the leaks about the text. So do you think you can get these people on board? Are you making calls? Are you making personal?
The biggest thing we do right now is finish the text because everyone reasonably so wants to read the text. I encourage people to be able to read the text before they decide yes or no. So they get a chance to be able to see it and know what's in it and get the full breadth of really the changes that are out there. So obviously, we're not able to solve everything. This is not going to be H.R. 2, and I think that's the frustration of some to say we wrote the perfect bill in the House. That's H.R. 2. The problem is we have a crisis that's going on right now, and we've got to be able to resolve as much as we can possibly resolve to be able to deal with this crisis. That's our constitutional responsibility.
Senator Cornyn says that you and Senator Graham spoke with President Trump. What was that conversation
I
about?
actually haven't spoken with President Trump in a while, so we've not talked about this bill in a while. It's been several months actually, but not during this time we've dealt with this bill. Quite frankly, I'm protecting him and he's protecting me at this point. That he's not in the middle of all these negotiations. For me to be able to say he's not and he's not on it. He needs to make his own decisions on it. I've got to be able to finish up the work as well. But no, we've not had any conversations.
You're a savvy political operator here.
It's very kind of you.
Yeah, you know the politics here, the divide in Congress, Trump's this being an issue in the campaign. So, what are the actual prospects of getting a law in the middle of all of this?
You just take it where it is. Don't even look at where we are politically right now. This issue for the last 30 years has not passed Congress because it's hard. It's emotional. Every side jumps out. There's lots of misinformation anytime anything like this is discussed. So there are lots of groups that exist just to be able to prevent anything from actually happening on both sides on this issue. So it's hard on its own. In a presidential election year, it's hard, but it's really hard when there's 3 million people a year that are illegally crossing the border, and the whole country, whether you're in New Hampshire or whether you're Arizona and Texas, are saying this is the top issue. There's an expectation that Congress is going to actually do something, and that we're not going to just wait around and to be able to hope things get better, but we're going to take the action to actually make things better.
You'd rather not wait to see if you get a Republican president, Republican Senate, Republican House.
I am looking forward to a Republican president, Republican Senate, and a Republican House. But we've had that exact configuration in the last few years, and we're not able to get border security done because at the time, no Democrat would vote for anything on border security at the time. So we need to get as much border security as we can because the laws are very out of date, and we have a crisis on our border that is a national security issue. So let's try to solve it.
Well, I think Chris Murphy just told us that 24 to 48 hours is really what you guys have to see if there's a viable path. Do you agree with that?
We've got to get it done as quick as we can.
Will we see text next week?
That's been my hope. Of course, a week ago I said we would have text that week too. So I'm not the prophet to be able to know, but we're working as hard as we can.
Is today possible?
Is it just the appropriations?
Today's not possible.
Is it the appropriations that's hung up right now, or is it just
There's part of
policy?
there are a couple of policy things we're still working out. That's obviously revised because of the appropriations. They look at what the policy is.
We've been looking for you.
This is Roger 3 right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Holy cow.
Tell us about the Trump opposition to what seems to be an ongoing negotiation.
Back up.
Is it really
Just back up.
potentially a deal breaker for Republicans?
I think everybody's got to decide on their own. What's interesting is a lot of the elements that are in this bill, President Trump was actually looking for when he was president, that he had said it needs to be done. And that's many aspects of this bill. There are gaps in our law. Obviously, there's been gaps in our law for a long time dealing with asylum, for instance. So we've got to be able to correct those things in law.
Anybody getting cold feet because of it inside the Senate Congress?
I think everybody's just waiting to read it. The biggest issue right now is everyone's really frustrated because it's taken so long to be able to get out, and everybody's just ready to actually read it rather than get internet rumors.
But the former president calls this a betrayal. Is that what do you think of that characterization?
It's certainly not a betrayal. Actually, we've got to be able to deal with issues in law. That's how we actually deal with things in America, is we get good things in law, and we actually try to be able to follow that law and to be able to get it done.
Are you concerned that he wants to
social
campaign?
media today, he's calling it a stupid bill. Is that how you see it, and is that helpful for these negotiations?
The biggest struggle that everybody's got right now is no one's been able to read it. And so everyone's going off of internet rumors. And there's lots of things that are out there that are just patently false. For instance, this ongoing thing that just allows 5,000 people in a day every day and checks them in. There's no way that's in the bill. Number one, I would never agree to that. But it's also just a total mischaracterization of the bill. But that's out there on the internet. And we're in a moment where people believe what they read on the internet. And that's just the challenge that we have. And until the text gets out there and everyone can actually see it, it'll make a difference.
But are you concerned that the former president wants to campaign on this issue and that's why he's trying to scuttle it?
Oh, well, he should campaign on this issue. You look at the border numbers when he was president versus the border numbers when Biden was president, he should campaign on this issue.
He doesn't want to give Democrats a victory.
I get it, but this is about American national security at the end of the day. He's been passionate about national security, so am I. At the end of the day, we've got to actually solve a problem that's been a problem for a very long time. We can't have another 2 million people just crossing the border and being released into the country this year. That's a terrible thing for our national security, especially with the dramatic rise of special interest aliens that are declared by this administration as a national security risk. We have tens of thousands of those that are being released in the country. We can't allow that to continue going.
What are you advising to your fellow Republicans out there? Just wait and see and read the bill.
Reading the bill, it's always so funny to us. We talk a lot as Republicans about we don't want to vote on something until we read it, and and I encourage people to have the exact same principle right now, to be able to actually read the bill and to be able to go through it. There'll be parts of it you like, there'll be parts of it you don't like. But quite frankly, if this doesn't make an enormous difference in our laws and the future of our country and our national security, then I don't know what else would at this point. We've got bipartisan agreement to be able to change the way we're doing asylum, dramatically increase the number of detention beds, increase the number of deportation flights, to be able to change the process of how we actually do the interviews and not have 10-year releases into the country, to be able to have a cap, to be able to deal with how do we actually manage our border on days when we're overrun, instead of releasing everyone in the country, which is the default now, actually turning people around. It is the most misunderstood part of the bill, because for the last 3 years, every time the border got full, Biden team says the border's full, don't process anyone, just release them. This does the opposite. When we get overrun, it stops all traffic and pushes it back to Mexico and says, we're not releasing you into the country, we're turning you around until we can actually process people. That is being completely mischaracterized, because people have seen what's happened in the last 3 years. They just assume everyone's going to get released in. It's not. It's the opposite. Everyone's turned around.
The Speaker says that if one migrant comes across the border, that's one migrant too many, and your bill doesn't do enough to completely shut down the border.
Actually, it does completely shut down the border in many ways. The goal is 0 people that are crossing the border illegally. We will always be open to legal immigration in our country, as we should be. We're open as a nation to asylum seekers, as we should be. So our challenge is to be able to filter out the thousands of people that are coming at us that don't qualify for asylum, that have crossed our border already, to figure out who qualifies for asylum, get them through the process, who does not, and turn them around immediately. But there is no doubt we need to have 0 people illegally crossing the border, and that is the target of this bill. It's not 5,000 in. It's everyone who doesn't qualify out. That's the focus. It's detain and deport.
So can I just ask big picture here? Republicans have prioritized this issue for years, as you know. You wanted to get something done on the border now. You've been talking about these negotiations for weeks. If you miss this opportunity, what kind of message does that send? Does the party send?
It only comes every decade or so, and that's been our challenge for the last 30 years. We've not been able to resolve this. We have to be able to resolve this. Americans see this. When I was back home for a short period of time this weekend, Republicans, Independents, Democrats were all contacting me and saying, we've got to resolve this. People are really frustrated with what they're seeing on the border right now, and they need a fix. Republicans have talked about this for a long time. We've done lots of press conferences. We've done lots of trips to the border. We've done lots of moments to be able to say something needs to be done. This is our something moment. This is our moment to actually say, let's do as much as we can possibly get done, because we've been able to get nothing done for 30 years. Though I'm quite aware this is not every single aspect of H.R. 2. I'm aware of that. But this has a very significant change in our border security, and that's what Americans are crying for.
And do you worry about Republicans that are watching what the former president is saying, calling it a betrayal, calling it a stupid bill? Are you just telling them to tune that out?
No, I'm just telling them to read the bill and make their own decision.
Do you worry about voter backlash if you do fail at this moment?
Oh, I think there's voter frustration on it. I think everybody here is frustrated because they can't read the bill. Everybody at home is saying, okay, finally we're actually talking about a bipartisan agreement to actually solve a border issue. Let's get it solved.
It won't cost you. You think it'll cost you in November?
November's a long way away. I don't mean to be flippant about it, but trying to say the actions that happen in January affect everything in November, there's a lot between now and November to be able to determine this. Thanks.
Do you have a sense that it's still going to move forward? That
we're still working on it.
And
is actually going to be a vote?
Yes. Let's get
today,
text out.
today?
Yeah, not today, but we got to get text out. So we're like whisper close. We got to get it out.
Thank you for stopping, Senator.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I'd like unanimous consent to be able to use a prop during this speech.
Without objection.
In about an hour, this body will gather. There'll be 100 senators here to make a decision about what we're going to do to take a step on border security. It's an issue that's bedeviled, quite frankly, this body for decades. It's been 3 decades since we've passed anything into law to be able to change border security. In the meantime, administration after administration has pieced together the broken pieces of law in the disjointed pieces and tried to make regulatory actions to see what they can do to be able to change the direction of the country. We've seen it just over the last 10 or 15 years, what's really happened with that. I mean, this is just an encounter number from CBP, and we can look back to 2009 and we can see the numbers stayed about 500,000 or so for multiple years. This is through the Obama administration as they struggled, because the numbers were lower than this even before, as they struggled with 500,000 numbers. And then we see during the Trump administration how the numbers bump up and jump up here all the way almost to 1 million in a single year. It's twice as many as it was during the Obama time period. And then we see the COVID time period, it dives back down. And then right there is the transition in President Biden's time, and the numbers have skyrocketed. They doubled from the Obama administration to this year in the Trump administration, but then they've tripled even from the highest year of the Trump administration during the Biden administration. And it wasn't a single bump year like it was under the Trump administration. It's been year after year after year. And by the way, this little one, that's this fiscal year. That's just since October, which, by the way, you'll notice in the last 4 months is higher than any year under the Obama administration, and almost as high as the peak year under the Trump administration, and that's 4 months so far this year. Americans feel it. We feel it in our cities. We feel it in our schools and our communities. We see the television, and we see all of the chaos on our southern border. Cities around the country have said, do something. Make this stop. Americans, whether you're Republican, Democrat, or Independent, are all unanimous on this issue. This is a problem that needs to be solved. Do what you can. Today, we get to decide if we're going to do that or not. If we're going to do nothing or do something. The bill that's been put together has been a bipartisan effort. Welcome to the United States Senate. That's what we have to do. While I have people from around the country and back home that say, do a Republican-only bill, just get all of our priorities and none of them, none of theirs, I smile at them and say, welcome to governance. You can do a partisan bill in the House, but in the Senate, we have to look at each other across the aisle and then figure out a way to be able to solve this. Sometimes it's in committees, sometimes it's a gathering, sometimes it was like this time. Get members together, Republican, Independent, Democrat, to be able to sit down and hash out the issues. To say this is a problem, we all agree. We're not going to agree on the solutions necessarily, but we all agree this is a problem, but we have to figure out what the solutions might be. That's been the process for the last 4 months. 4 months to sit down and hash through the very difficult, very technical issues of border security in our nation. With one goal, let's make progress. We understood from the beginning we're not going to solve everything. We're not. We knew from the beginning it's not going to be perfect, but we also knew the status quo is untenable. We have to do something to be able to make the status quo better. So that's what we work towards, to be able to change where we are now. The product we put out this past weekend allowed everybody to see it. Quite frankly, I had some of my colleagues that said I'll need weeks to evaluate it because it's so technical, and it is, but some of them literally within minutes said, no, I don't agree. Fine. But after time to be able to review it, the National Border Patrol Council, the group that's actually on the ground trying to manage the chaos, they read through the bill and evaluated it, and the National Border Patrol Council gave this statement. The Border Patrol Act of 2024 will give the United States Border Patrol agents authorities codified in law that we have not had in the past. While not perfect, and I'll agree with them on that, the Border Patrol Act of 2024 is a step in the right direction, and it is far better than the current status quo. This is why the National Border Patrol Council endorses this bill and hopes for its quick passage. I understand this. In this building and in the 202 area code that is Washington, D.C., border security is a political issue. But if we leave the 202 area code, everywhere else in the country, this is not a political issue, it's a national security issue. And when you actually go to the Border Patrol Council, those that see the chaos day to day, they're saying, send us some help, send us anything. Because quite frankly, Americans are frustrated and angry because our borders are open. They've seen the record numbers in the last 4 months. They know full well what's happening. The 60 Minutes story from this last weekend about Chinese nationals using TikTok to be able to find the holes in the fence and to be able to navigate it, how to be able to connect with Mexican cartel members to be able to navigate them through Mexico to be able to get through. Why is that such a big story? Because we used to rarely have Chinese nationals come across our border. But yet, last year, we had 37,000 Chinese nationals come across our border. 37,000. Americans watched the story of a group of migrants in New York City ruthlessly beating up a police officer this past week, and then seeing they were released again. They're angry. They're frustrated. The stories that have come out in the news recently of 3 child sex traffickers who had attempted re-entry back into the United States make Americans go, hold on. And just a few days ago, the story coming out of an al-Shabaab terrorist on our terror watch list that had come across our border and been released just early last year, that they then picked them up while they were in Minnesota just a few weeks ago. We've had 50 people that have been identified on the terror watch list that we did apprehend in just the last 4 months. We've had tens of thousands of people in the last year that were identified by this administration as individuals, what they call special interest aliens. By definition, they're a national security risk. Tens of thousands that we didn't know their name in particular, but we know where they live is in an area of high national security risk because a high terrorism rate is coming from that area. So we have no criminal history on them to be able to identify them on our terror watch list, but we know there's a high chance they're a national security risk. Those individuals were released into the country. Americans feel it. They want something different. The Americans that I talk to and the Oklahomans that I talk to don't mind legal immigration. In fact, they celebrate legal immigration. They just don't want illegal immigration. They want an orderly process. They want to know that the rule of law still matters in America. That's what they want to know. They want to know their American way of life is protected, and that should not be too much to demand. This very divided nation brings to us a very divided Congress. Currently, we have a Republican 2-vote majority in the House of Representatives and a Democrat 1-vote majority in the United States Senate. It doesn't get much closer than that to being equally divided in 2 bodies. But that means if we're going to solve something, we have to sit down together and solve it. That's how it works when you make law. You can do press conferences without the other side, but you can't make law without the other side in the United States Senate. So we have to sit down and work things out. In October, when Israel was ruthlessly attacked with a terrorist attack by Hamas, the President of the United States came to Congress and said, we need additional funding to help Israel, to help Ukraine, to help with the threats in Taiwan, and additional money for our southern border. Republicans responded by saying, we are not going to help give money to the southern border, by the way, especially for some of the funding that they asked for on the southern border, like safe migration offices to be able to help facilitate greater traffic to the United States. We said, we're not going to do that. We're not going to give additional money to the southern border unless we get a change in law and policy. That's not a radical concept, quite frankly. The House of Representatives last year passed a very comprehensive bill on border security that they call H.R. 2. It was one of their priorities. You know why? Because the House of Representatives at that time said we need a change in law. So they brought a bill to change the law for that. We said the same thing, we need a change in law because it's significant what has occurred and we need to address it. The frightening thing is, since we started meeting in a bipartisan way in October, October was the highest number of illegal crossings in any October in our history. November was the highest number of illegal crossings of any November in our history. December was the highest number of illegal crossings of any December in our history and the highest single month in history of illegal crossings, including having the highest single day ever in the history of our country in illegal crossings, over 12,000 in a single day. That's what's happened just since we've been negotiating this bill, trying to be able to get to a solution. The problem has not gotten better, it's gotten worse during that time period. We need to solve this. Worst case scenario is status quo. We need to solve it. So we came up with a bill. Doesn't have everything in it I wanted. Doesn't have everything in it my Democratic colleagues wanted. But it definitely makes a difference. What's in this bill? Well, here's what the bill includes. Let me just walk through some of the high points of it. It includes more border wall construction under the 18-foot, 30-foot bollard-style definition in locations actually that were set by President Trump in those locations to actually build a wall. It has 50,000 detention beds, so it ends our catch and release issue. So especially single adults as they're coming across, the vast majority end up being held while they're being screened there rather than just released in the country as they are now. We doubled the deportation flights. We added money for DNA testing. We added money for additional state, local, and tribal law enforcement that we're partnering with along the border to be able to help with enforcement process there. We have a tremendous increase in the number of ICE agents, the number of Border Patrol agents, more asylum officers, more immigration judges. We added detection equipment at our ports of entry to interdict fentanyl, one of the biggest threats to our nation right now. And we increased the sanction authority for the United States government to be able to sanction those ruthless cartels and members of cartels and those that facilitate them to be able to go after the fentanyl issue in the United States. It has a pretty radical change in asylum law in it. It strengthens significantly the standard of evidence for declaring asylum. Today, people that are crossing the border can literally cross and say, "I have fear in my country." When they say those magic words, they're released into the country, the vast majority of them, for up to 10 years while they await their screening or hearing. That would end under this bill. We increase significantly the standard for evidence. We had 3 new eligibility bars at the beginning of it, so we get to a faster screening process, and for those that are not eligible, a faster deportation. It is somewhat a Where's Waldo game on a day-to-day basis on our southern border. As we have thousands of people coming through us, some of those individuals do qualify for asylum, but most of them do not. So our goal was to be able to filter through quickly, identify those who qualify, and deport all of them that do not. We have a faster structure to process aliens when they cross the border, in detention or non-detained, either one, so they don't end up in the 10-year backlog awaiting their decision. Both for those who qualify for asylum, don't wait 10 years, and those that everyone knows from the beginning they don't qualify for asylum, they're turned around and deported immediately. This ends the abuse of parole that's happening on our southern border today. Today, the administration will identify 1,500 people, will give them parole authority at one of our ports of entry and a work permit the first day they come. They don't have to qualify for asylum. They don't even have to apply for asylum. It is literally an open invitation from anyone, anywhere in the world to get a work permit if you'll just tell us in advance you're coming. It's not lawful. It's just happening. This bill would end that. This bill also has a short-term, 3-year authority to quickly stop the flow of people coming into our country right now. I had a lot of my colleagues on the Republican side that said, whatever we pass will never be implemented by the Biden administration. We've got to do something, though, right now to be able to get things to change, because everyone knows this is occurring not because of some migration trends around the world, but because right there, President Biden announced, I'm not going to build any more wall, and he dropped all the authorities that had been used, not just by President Trump, but by President Trump and Obama, dropped them, and we saw the skyrocket. So everyone said, whatever we pass, President Biden will never use. So whatever you can put in there to be able to actually make sure this occurs, please do. So we did. We included a border emergency authority that said, if we ever exceed 5,000 people, which, by the way, is every day but 7 in the last 4 months. If we ever exceed 5,000 people and we're in chaos level, the border shuts down completely. It's not optional. It's mandatory. And when I say shut down, it's pretty simple. What happens in the first 5,000? Let me make it clear. For the first 5,000 people that are coming across, they're detained, they're screened, and then deported. If you get above 5,000, we're in such a chaotic moment, we don't have time, so we just detain and deport them. There's no screening at all because we've run out of time. We don't have the manpower to do it. That's the shift that occurs. It's not that the first 5,000 are released, that's ridiculous. The first 5,000 we detain, we screen, and then we deport. The second, if we get above 5,000, we just detain and deport. And when the borders close down, it's closed down for weeks, where we're not even screening for weeks until we get caught up. It was something that we could implement right now and to be able to make a difference. We also changed the funding process on this. There are items that the president really wanted on some of the funding. So we said, we're fine on that funding as long as you don't get that funding until you actually get more detention beds, get more deportation flights, hire more ICE officers, hire more Border Patrol, and actually implement the new policy. When you do that, then you get all of the money that you're actually looking for in the other areas. We wanted to make sure that actually this was going to be implemented. So we included that in the bill today. That's what we have on the floor today, and I'm afraid what I've heard some people say, it's not enough. So we'll make a decision soon. Let me just say this. I've listened to a lot of my colleagues in the last several days, as well I should, and I've listened for months. Some people legitimately want more time to read the bill. I have to tell you, it's 370 pages, it's incredibly technical, and I've had several colleagues said, I've started reading it and it makes my head hurt to read it, because immigration law is very complicated. So they're going through it, and they've said, hey, I'm interested in supporting this, I just need more time. Some of those folks are gonna vote no today because they legitimately just need more time. I completely understand that. There are some folks that are voting no today because they have policy differences on the bill. We have asylum officers that are empowered to make decisions. They want immigration judges to make it. Okay, well, that's a policy difference on it. Some folks don't like that we have visas that are in this. That increases legal immigration, not illegal, legal immigration in the country. There's some folks that don't want any immigration of any type. Well, fine, we can have that policy difference. I don't mind legal immigration. I just don't want illegal immigration. Some of them may have policy differences. Some of them have been very clear with me. They have political differences with the bill. They say it's the wrong time to solve the problem, or let the presidential election solve this problem. In fact, I had a popular commentator 4 weeks ago that I talked to that told me flat out, before they knew any of the contents of the bill, any of the content, nothing was out at that point, that told me flat out, if you try to move a bill that solves the border crisis during this presidential year, I will do whatever I can to destroy you, because I do not want you to solve this during the presidential election. By the way, they have been faithful to their promise and have done everything they can to destroy me in the past several weeks. There are other folks that read the Facebook posts and the Twitter posts and saw different facts that they thought might be true. But I personally told them over and over again, they're false. And it's been hard to overcome. For some reason, we still believe everything we read on the internet, and it's been hard to be able to break through. A few weeks ago, I posted one of my favorite quotes from Charles Haddon Spurgeon, who's a preacher from England in the 1850s, where he once said, "A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth gets its boots on." And it couldn't have proved to be more true in this. I've seen posts like, there's amnesty in this bill. So that people adamantly oppose that there's amnesty in the bill. I would say some of my Democratic colleagues wanted to have some amnesty in this bill, but there wasn't. And there's not anything on amnesty in this bill. I've heard folks say it weakens our asylum laws when it actually does the opposite. It far strengthens our asylum laws so we can get to actual asylees faster and those that are gaming the system are turned around. I've had folks say it takes away the Remain in Mexico policy so it can never come back. It does nothing of that at all. Nothing of that. I've had folks say it gives away work permits the very first day, which will incentivize more people to come, when it actually does exactly the opposite. It actually removes the 1,500 work permits that are passed out every day and says we're not going to do that. And my favorite one has been it lets 5,000 aliens in every single day from here on out forever. And I've just said that's completely absurd. Why would anyone sign a bill, approve a bill, or present a bill that locks us into this chaos? That's what we have now. The 5,000 piece was very simple. If we get to 5,000 a day, we can't process that many people anymore. It's a critical emergency. We break glass and say, we're not even going to try to do hearings anymore. Everybody's got to turn around, everything's shut down, so we can make sure that we can actually legally process people. We are detaining, screening, and deporting until we get to a break glass moment, and then we're not even screening anymore. We're just detaining and deporting because we can't manage the numbers. But that's not what's been told. What's been told has been false day after day. And then, as I've mentioned, I've had a few folks that have said, if I can't get everything, I want nothing. I don't find most Americans are that way, just in their day-to-day life. We have high goals and aspirations as Americans, and quite frankly, I don't blame Americans for being really angry and frustrated where we are at the border. Really angry and frustrated. But what I hear from most Oklahomans is, do something. Don't just sit there. Do something. Make progress. But don't allow this to keep going. Stop it where you can. So that's what we work to do. Now, to be clear, President Biden has authorities he could have used that he's chosen not to. Authorities that President Trump used, authorities that President Obama used, that President Biden has chosen not to use. There's a lot of them. And for whatever reason, he has turned his head away from the chaos that America is focused on, and he needs to do what he can to solve this problem. But we also need to make changes in law. Our asylum law is weak. Everyone knows it. In fact, when President Trump was president, he even made the statements about how weak our laws are on asylum. When President Trump was president, he said, we do a very good job considering the laws are so bad. They're not archaic, they're incompetent. It's not that they're old, they're just bad. Well, guess what this bill does? Fixes that. Because the laws have a gap. And we should actually fix those things. What the president cannot do is change the asylum laws. He cannot change the faster deportations for people crossing. He cannot add an emergency authority like this. He cannot conduct faster hearings with limited appeals so we can get to deporting people that are not legal here and addressing those that are. He can't do that without a change in law. So we need to change the law. Madam President, I'm going to vote yes to be able to move on to this bill. So we need a change in law. I understand we have differences, but we've got to sit down together, figure out how we're going to solve problems, because the American people sent us here to do that. This is the pen that I was handed at that desk when I was sworn in to the United States Senate. And I signed a book that was at that desk with this pen because I was becoming a United States Senator. Because the people at home sent me here to get stuff done and to solve problems. There's no reason for me to have this pen if we're just going to do press conferences. I can do press conferences from anywhere, but we can only make law from this room. And to do that, you need one of these pens. There's 100 of them in this room, and 60 of us have to agree to solve a problem. And I'm determined to sit down with anyone who wants to solve the problem, regardless of what side of the aisle that they're on, to figure out how we solve these things. Because Americans are ticked off that this is not resolved. And they expect us to get things done. So why don't we do that? Madam President, I have two staff members named Sarah Seitz and Jacob Stubbs who've worked their tail off for 4 months. They gave up Thanksgiving, they gave up Christmas, they gave up New Year's to work on this. They're remarkable leaders. But it's not just about the time they gave up and the wisdom that they have as leaders. Their focus on that was to solve a problem that at the end of this day may still be a problem unsolved. And tomorrow we'll probably have 6,500 people illegally cross our border, just like is what's happening right now today. 6,500 people. Americans want that stopped. So let's actually sit down and figure out how we're going to stop it together. With that, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Team that you work around, please pass on our thanks and our gratitude to them. They work very hard. Most folks will never know who they are and not get a chance to be able to say thank you. So please pass that on as well. I do want to continue some of the conversation about the border, because while we're dealing with worldwide threats, we're seeing the worldwide threats coming towards us and some obvious vulnerabilities in this. As has been mentioned, talked about in the past, in this fiscal year, 58 people on the terror watch list that have been identified and picked up. There's also a category called special interest aliens. Director Ray, I know you're familiar with that as well. The special interest aliens, many people may not know this definition. I'm just going to read it, what this designation is. It says the special interest alien is a non-U.S. person who, based on analysis of travel patterns, potentially poses a national security risk to the United States or its interests. Often such individuals or groups are employing travel patterns known or evaluated possibly have a nexus to terrorism. Do we have a listing of how many people have crossed our southern border that we have identified in this fiscal year that are special interest aliens? Director Ray, do you know that number?
I don't know that number, but we could follow up with you to see if that's something we could provide.
It has been one of our challenges to try to identify that. While on the terror watch list, we can get that number and know that it's 58 exactly. When we ask the issue of special interest aliens, we're told often that is law enforcement sensitive. We know the number is in the thousands, but have not been able to get a specific number nor a specific tracking on that. So that'd be helpful to be able to know, because the next question is the obvious one of those individuals that they're coming in. And I'm just going to give you a number if it's in the thousands. Is FBI contacted when these individuals that are coming across our border released into the country? Because the vast majority of the SIAs, we don't have a criminal background information on them. We have a theory. So they're released into the country currently. Is the FBI kept in contact from DHS and others who those individuals are, or what kind of tracking and monitoring is on those individuals?
I know that we work closely with DHS, especially CBP, on the issue of special interest aliens, including a whole lot of work on the other side of the border to try to prevent them from coming in the first place. And I know there are instances where we're contacted, but I'm not sure that as I sit here right now, I can tell you that we're contacted in every instance.
Okay, that's helpful. Mr. Holmgren, you haven't got a lot of questions today. We need to give you some attention here. Obviously, the State Department is very engaged in this and trying to be able to figure out for the intelligence side of the information sharing. Those individuals that are crossing the border right now, from many of those countries, we don't have any criminal information on these individuals. Do you know just offhand how many countries that are coming into the United States when they're crossing our southern border we have criminal background information? Let me give you, for instance, Venezuela. We were talking about Venezuelan gangs earlier and those individuals that are crossing into the country, many of them being paroled into the country. Is Venezuela freely sharing their criminal records with us? Do we know if these individuals have a criminal record?
Thank you, Senator. I don't know exactly if Venezuela is sharing specific information with us. What I can say, though, about Venezuela, obviously, is that we've seen over 7 million Venezuelans emigrate from the country since 2017, a significant portion of whom obviously have emigrated to the United States illegally. But when we do get relevant information from our counterparts at DHS and FBI, our analysts use that to help inform their judgments.
One of the challenges that we have as well for individuals, for instance, currently Nicaragua is not taking people back on that, and we're all dependent on State Department to impose some sort of consequences on Nicaragua to say you're a recalcitrant country, you're not taking people back on that. Do you happen to know any of the conversation right now between Nicaragua and the United States on trying to deal with recalcitrants? Because we do have a tracking of some that have criminal records that are coming towards us, and to consider that a threat.
Senator, I don't have specifics on the details of engagement with Nicaragua. Happy to follow up with you offline.
That'd be great. Thank you very much for that. Director, let me come back to you and talk a little bit about CFATS. This is an acronym most people don't know, the Chemical Facility Anti-Terrorism Standards. We've had that since 2007. It expired in July of last year and has not been reauthorized yet. One of the aspects of that is for a chemical facility, refinery, whatever it may be, they have the ability to be able to check against the terror watch list using this authority on that. With that expiration, there's about 9,000 people a month that used to be checked on that, just in the hiring and the process of all over the country. We have about 63,000 people we're estimating that have not been checked. My question for you is, do we have any idea how many people show up as a hit on the terror watch list from the hiring in the past? That when we do that check on it, which now is not occurring because we've not reauthorized this, how many folks do ping on that terror watch list?
I'm not sure I can give you a number sitting here right now, but I will tell you I share your concern about the lapse in the authorities. And one of the challenges of this particular space is, of course, it doesn't take many for it to be a real problem. And we rely on that authority, or we historically have, to protect.
Right. Could you say that number is not zero as far as how many people have pinged on the terror watch list when that has been run in the past?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Senator from Washington.
As if in legislative session, notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veteran Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S. 2801, the Veterans, Families, Health Services Act of 2023, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Reserving the right to object. I like most Americans, have friends that have loved ones. I know children that were born through IVF. I'm passionate about the value of every single child, and I'm grateful for every single child that we have in our nation and for their potential future. I have friends that are in the process right now of actually adopting embryos that were still frozen, that they could not have children of their own, and so they're adopting those embryos to make sure that they're able to come to life. IVF is not a controversial issue for me in that sense. We're passionate about it, as every state now protects that right and continues to be able to honor this. I understand it's become vogue in this current season right now to be able to say Republicans are somehow opposed to life because they're opposed to IVF. I just don't find that. But within this bill that's actually coming, this bill actually, part of it came through the Senate Armed Services Committee. That bill itself, when it came through, it's substantially similar to that. It tried to come to the NDAA and was not included in the NDAA. It had an objection. The CBO scored it somewhere around $1 billion a year. Now, this bill itself, I understand, doesn't have a CBO score because it includes not only that section that was $1 billion a year, but it actually includes another section that has not gone through the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs. In fact, it was brought up in a previous Congress in the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, didn't have a hearing on it, nor a markup, and then during a Democrat-led Senate, and then a Democrat-led Senate as well, didn't even recently, this session, even have a markup on it. So in all of these issues, I look at it and say, this has not been fully vetted through what this actually is and what it actually does, nor the cost of it, much less to be able to have 24 hours later, it try to come for unanimous consent. This bill itself includes some overly broad definitions that I think need some conversation about. Quite frankly, we in the Senate, this is what we're supposed to do. It includes things like assisted reproductive technology fertility treatments. It leaves the door open for future definitions for gene editing or for cloning, and leaves those to the discretion of the secretary, whoever the secretary may be in the future. The bill's definition of infertility includes the inability to reproduce or safely can carry a pregnancy to term. It's a very broad term, trying to be able to figure out what that means. Obviously, that means everyone who's not a woman as well would be included in that. The bill also expands the eligibility to partners who do not have to be TRICARE beneficiaries. This would be the first time that DOD would be required to provide medical care to someone who's not otherwise entitled by virtue of their relationship to the military in other ways. This breaks new ground in that area. So there's not only issues of questions of definitions and such, but there's also just definition of cost or working through the committee process through committees that have so far either not passed it or have refused to even have a markup or a hearing on it. So I don't think it's good for us to be able to bring this for unanimous consent to be able to move it this time. Let's move it through in a broader conversation, but I would also encourage, just as a body, I don't find Republicans that are just broadly opposed to IVF. And I know this is a broad part of the conversation right now to leave that implication after what happened in Alabama. But I am a Republican that's passionate about the value of every single child that also doesn't have an issue with IVF. I'm grateful to know people that have gone through the process and know their kids and know the value of every single one of those children. So for the sake of honoring life and for the sake of honoring obviously what we do as a Senate and how we function together, for those reasons, Mr. President, I object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I'm deeply disappointed, but not surprised. Let the record show I have been trying to pass this legislation into law for well over a decade. It wasn't yesterday, it wasn't last year, for well over a decade. And for the entire time, Republicans have been the ones who have blocked efforts to include this bill in any legislative package. I'd really hoped after the outpouring of public statements in support of IVF from my colleagues across the aisle, they might finally change their tune. But the American people understand that actions speak louder than words. On the unofficial CBO score that was mentioned, let's just say, I think it's a real overestimate of how many people with dealing with fertility would make use of IVF and other fertility services at that cost. And my understanding, it also adds the cost of children conceived through IVF being conceived or being covered on VA healthcare for the rest of their childhood, which doesn't make a lot of sense since many of those families will have children one way or the other anyway. So I dispute that, but I will say it's pretty clear Republicans do not support IVF despite their language, not even for wounded service members and for veterans. But having said that, Mr. President, my door is open. I am determined. If a member of our country goes overseas and is wounded and comes home and cannot conceive a family, we should be there to provide service for them. It is our promise to our veterans that when they serve us, we will take care of them when they get home. What is not more basic than making sure they can have a family after serving our country? So I'm disappointed once again, but Mr. President, I will not stop working on this. It's the right thing to do. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Into the deep end of the pool with a lot of areas. We have resolved some things. My state is one of the states that's working with the driver's license data verification system that we've been very behind on. Social Security has been very helpful to us in the process of going through, so I just want to give you kudos.
Thank you.
Get a chance to be able to hear that we're working through that. That's some been on our state's responsibility and some on yours, but we seem to be getting very close on that. We do have a lot of constituent requests that are coming in on the issue about overpayment. When they get an overpayment statement and they're asked to be able to go track down work history and records and how much they were paid from years ago, it's difficult, obviously, for them. They've got to be able to work this out to be able to figure it out. The challenge has been not that they've got to go chase all that stuff down. That's part of the process for them to be able to figure out. It's the communication on the backside of that. It's, do they have a person they're working with? Can they get in contact with them? Can they maintain communication with that person consistently, trying to be able to work out the details? That's still an ongoing issue to try to figure out. It's confusing enough for a lot of folks that are trying to be able to handle an overpayment situation, try to be able to chase down the records. It's more confusing when they deal with different people in the process to be able to resolve it. So as much as we can maintain the consistency of that, an open line of communication, that'd be helpful.
Great, well said. And I think the best thing for people to do is to get to their field office when they have one of those notices. You can work out a payment plan, I think, by calling the 800 number or eventually getting connected with the debt collection folks. But the best thing to do is to go to your field office.
Yeah, and many people have the opportunity to be able to do that. We're obviously improving those options, but it is its own challenge when you're in a rural area and difficulty traveling and all those things.
Sure.
So a couple of handoff issues I just want to be able to raise to you. One of them is years ago, and I'll leave out all the wheres and the whys on this just to protect her in the process, but I was walking through a Social Security office, and I think you and I have talked about this before in my state, walking through the cubicles, just meeting people, asking what they do, trying to get some insight from them on what we could do better. And one of my favorite answers was someone who said to me, when I said, "What do you do?" And she replied, "I do something the federal government shouldn't do. That's what I do." And I said, "Well, what do you do?" She said, "Well, I spend my days trying to figure out how to pay attorneys that I didn't hire, and someone who hired a disability attorney. In fact, they hired 2 or 3 attorneys, and I've got to figure out what percentage to pay each person." Somehow we've got to figure out how to be able to manage this, because obviously the good staff that's at Social Security, they don't have any relationship with all these attorneys, yet they're having to actually choose which attorneys to be able to pay what amount and to be able to track through all these bundles of records as they fight through the process on that. So that's something we just got to be able to figure out together on how to be able to resolve that and to be able to make that easier. The other thing is dealing with some attorneys, not all, some attorneys that stretch out the length of a process because they know if they stretch it out to the farthest point, if they ask for delays, if they show up at hearings and try to submit one more record, it forces that to go a little bit longer. There's a maximum amount that can be paid, and if they can stretch out the whole proceeding, they can get to their maximum amount. We've got to be able to figure that out as well. I understand that some people want to be able to hire a counsel, but those individuals and those counsels that we see repetitively that are lengthening cases that could be done quickly to be able to make sure they maximize their payments is wrong in a million ways, especially for that individual receiving disability. What ideas have come at this point to be able to identify consistent law firms that are stretching things out to the longest possible way, and we're seeing that pattern for them, and what consequences can we bring to be able to make sure we're protecting the disability individual, not benefiting the attorneys?
Yes, sir. I had heard that same story. In further investigation, I'm not finding a whole lot of evidence of that, and perhaps it's because the wait times have become so horribly long that it's
assumed it's always there.
They're always going to reach their maximum, and just given they have no need to delay the cases. It's also a violation of the professional code of conduct to do such a thing. We have noticed, though, we have shifted from doing hearings primarily as in person before COVID. And then, of course, we couldn't do any in person, so we were teleconference and video conference. Now, even after COVID, the vast majority of our hearings are being done by teleconference or video, which is allowing us to close a few hearing offices as well. We noticed, though, in mapping that there are some regions of the country where it seems that people in the law firms in disproportionate numbers still insist on their personal appearance, in-face hearings. And so we're able to see that on a map. We're able to make some calls. We're able to address it. I think it was less a matter of maximizing fees and more a matter of not realizing how much more quickly they could get clients good results. We also looked at the difference between the two results, in person or teleconference, and found no difference in terms of percentage of allowances.
Thank you. Let me just make a couple quick statements here. I want to be able to follow up on the record. One is the difference between administrative law judges and administrative appeals judges. Obviously, there's a big difference between the two. I have some questions because I understand Social Security is leaning towards more administrative appeal judges, and I just want to be able to do some follow-up on that. And the other one is the transition from SSI to SSDI for those teenagers making that transition. I've talked to several folks that are talking about the length of time that it takes. I wonder if there's a way to be able to expedite the hearing when you're actually making that transition to be able to make sure that those that are transitioning from SSI to SSDI
because obviously there's two different standards there. Many don't qualify in the next level, and I want to make sure that we're actually managing that handoff well. We can talk about that later, or I can try to submit that for the record.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Governor O'Malley, Mayor O'Malley, Commissioner O'Malley, whatever title you're using now, welcome to our committee. It's good to have you here. I know that you have visited all the regions. You've come.
And I would hope that we would spend a lot more time talking about Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 in the days ahead. Let me just do a quick follow-up question on that. Secretary Yellen, the Pillar 1, Pillar 2 agreements, are these planned to be an executive agreement only, or is it planned to be able to come through this committee? Anything on the tax policy issues for the Finance Committee, congressionally required, constitutionally required, to be able to have a tax issue for an American entity to actually come through Congress, or do you plan for this to be executive only?
I mean, I believe a Pillar 1 agreement would involve congressional action. It's not something that could be just signed into law and effective with an executive order.
Pillar 1 or 2, or either of them?
Excuse me?
Either Pillar 1 or 2, either one?
Pillar 2 also needs to be adopted by Congress.
Right, thank you.
Propose that.
You talked about just American business having uncertainty. That this is an issue right now, obviously, that people don't know what the tax policy is and don't know if it's going to even come through this committee. And it's good to be able to hear what the plan is. Whatever agreement, whatever its requirement is done, is your intention to actually
We will bring it to Congress, and we have tried to keep this committee informed on a bipartisan basis.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The IDCs, I noticed in the budget, the intangible drilling costs for oil and gas production. I thought it was interesting in the president's budget and the proposal, every other business in America that does manufacturing can deduct their normal business expenses. But in the president's proposal, it is except oil and gas production. They cannot and should not be able to deduct normal business expenses. Is there a reason why those particular manufacturing locations should not be able to deduct normal business expenses and every other manufacturer in the country should?
Well, in general, subsidies to fossil fuels are something that the president looks to phase out.
This is not a subsidy. Intangible drilling cost is not subsidy. That's the cost of actual production. That's the cost of all the equipment, of everything else around it. That's not a subsidy. Every manufacturing business can write off their normal business expenses. I guess my question is, why do those manufacturers not get to write off their business expenses and everyone else does?
Yes, because the fossil fuel industries have benefited from many subsidies over many years that makes it difficult for clean energy to be taken up.
Well, I noticed recently that Treasury and the State Department have reduced the sanctions on Venezuela, and that we're now buying oil from Venezuela when we weren't for the last 4 years. So I guess my question is, the president's proposal is to make it harder to produce American energy, but there's still an acknowledgement that we need oil still. And so now we're buying oil from Venezuela when previously we weren't. If you go back 2 years ago, even the first 2 years of the Biden administration, we're not buying any oil from Venezuela, knowing that it's the Maduro regime and all that they're doing to their people. But there's a proposal to increase taxes on American companies, but buy more for Venezuela. Why would that be?
The relief that was put into place reflected progress that seemed to be made in Venezuela in respect to our foreign policy goals.
Would that be the same with Iran? Because I know for some of the Iranian sanctions, there was 20. New York Times reported 27 tankers were then insured by an American company. They were able to put Iranian oil on the world market when we had pretty strict sanctions on Iran.
We have very strict sanctions on Iran, and I'm not aware of anything that we do that is permissive in terms of Iranian oil exports.
I'll have my team share this New York Times article with you that detailed out how Iran is avoiding American sanctions, and it's not as tight as it was, and that there are even American companies providing insurance for Iranian tankers moving oil now in a way that wasn't in the past.
Well, I'd be happy to look at it, but we are very focused on trying to impose the strictest possible regime
As
on
well,
Iran.
we should. The Iranian proxies have attacked American forces 200 times and have taken the lives of Americans, even in the last few months. One last question just on one of the 30D clean vehicle credits that is out there. I know the president's been very focused on the Made in America requirements. He talked about that during the State of the Union speech. We had testimony sitting at that same table just a few days ago of an American company that is producing a product or was attempting to produce a product, but China got a waiver from Treasury for a product that was coming in, and so the American company dropped it and said, we're not going to do it anymore because Treasury gave a waiver to the Chinese product to be able to go in and get this 30D clean vehicle credit. It seems to be a gap still that Treasury is giving waivers to some Chinese companies that literally undercut an American company in production. It's one that I'm not going to try to have you walk through because you couldn't have known that, but literally sitting at that table just a few days ago was an American company saying, I'm having to struggle with the Treasury right now because they're giving waivers to Chinese companies.
I'm not aware of any waiver that we have given. 30D has foreign entity of concern restrictions. They're coming into play this year and next, and they essentially make it impossible for any electric vehicle to qualify for the 30D credit if they contain minerals that are extracted or processed in China or battery components that are produced there. And that's a very stringent requirement that's coming into play.
The time of the gentleman's expired, and I'm going to put in to the record of the hearing that our technology neutrality requirements give everybody in the energy field an opportunity to get rewards for reducing carbon emissions. Senator Cardin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Yellen, welcomes. Pleasure to have you here. I want to talk a little bit about the president's budget as it relates to affordable.
Mr. President.
Senator for Oklahoma.
Been just 6 months and a week since October the 7th. The whole world was shaken as a flood, as they actually called it, an Al-Aqsa flood of Hamas terrorists came through the wall separating Gaza and Israel in multiple places. And over the next several hours, they murdered 1,200 Israelis. They took 253 hostage, including 133 that are still hostage still today. 6 months and a week. Last week, now I guess 9 days ago, I was in Israel. Spend time with Israelis, to meet with multiple different leaders, and get a chance just to be able to talk to different folks in different parts of the country, see what's going on the ground. This is a painful moment for the entire world, but definitely a painful moment for Israel and for the entire region. We think back just 7 months ago, and all the conversation was normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And then a group of Hamas terrorists stepped in and killed as many people as they possibly could in an effort to also kill that normalization that's happening around the entire region. To do whatever they could to be able to drive a wedge, and so that peace could not continue to advance in the region. What's happened since then has been painful for the entire world to watch, but it's been really painful for the people of that region more than anyone else. I traveled to the far southern tip of Israel, along the border with Egypt, to be able to meet with some of the folks that are in that area, to be able to talk about the relationships between Egypt and Israel and what's happening day to day. I traveled to the kibbutz that literally are right on the border with Gaza, that are now vacant and empty and devastated. I can't even begin to explain to this body, unless you've seen it before, the pain of walking through a large kibbutz where there were hundreds of people that lived just a few months ago, and now to see every building shot up with bullet holes, burned, destroyed, and think at 6:38 that morning, during a Jewish holiday on that Saturday morning, October the 7th. Many people were still asleep when a group of Hamas terrorists came into their homes and murdered many in that village and took many hostages from that kibbutz. We could literally walk by the doors, and the person who was walking with us could say, that family died, that family's a hostage, that family died, and go door to door as we walk around to be able to see it. The person who was walking us through could even walk us through his own home, which is obliterated, and his son's home right there, who died. And then he could point to Gaza and say, my other son is over there in Gaza right now. At the same time, flowers were blooming and the grounds were beautiful, and you realize the irony of this moment. Hostages being held in Gaza, families that are struggling every single day trying to make sense of this craziness and trying to figure out why a peaceful kibbutz, living their lives, farming, manufacturing, was overrun by a group of terrorists. Right up the road, we stopped by the Nova Festival site, which is an absolutely beautiful location for an outdoor concert, for venues, for gathering, and has been for years. The trees and the setting, it's just beautiful. But the day that we were there were echoing noises of artillery that was being fired off literally within hundreds of yards of us as we were meeting with some of the folks that survived the Nova Festival. A person in particular that we got a chance to be able to chat with and to be able to pick her brain about what happens next was in one of the bomb shelters because there was a launch of missiles coming at them, but then those bomb shelters became places where literally they were sitting ducks for the terrorists as they came in with gunfire. We traveled all the way to the north, had the opportunity to be able to visit with some of the mayors that are right along the border with Syria and with Lebanon, where whole towns are evacuated, whole towns, where people can't survive the onslaught of artillery coming at them constantly. We lose track of the fact that there are about 250,000 Israelis that are right now internally displaced as well, that live along the border with Gaza or live along the border with Lebanon or Syria. Those folks have also had to flee. Because while the world in the last several days has talked about 330 drone strikes, missile strikes, ballistics, and cruise missiles that have come at Israel from Iran directly, for some reason the world has lost track of the fact, not about the 330 bombs and missiles that have come at Israel in the last week, but the 12,000 rockets that have been fired at Israel since October the 7th. 12,000. 9,100 of those rockets have come in from Gaza, launching at civilians in Israel. 3,100 of those rockets have been launched from Lebanon, from Hezbollah, into the north of Israel, and 35 rockets have been fired from Syria at Israel. And I asked people, how many rockets would be fired at your house before you would respond in a way to be able to make it stop? Israel has had 12,000 fired at them since October the 7th. The United States was never, ever put up with that without responding in a forceful way to say we're going to make it stop. There's been a lot of conversation about Rafah. So I had a lot of conversations with Israeli leadership to be able to talk to them about the plan and what they're going to do. You see, there's Hamas brigades. Now, we think about terrorism often as just random terrorists that are gathering, but Hamas actually has a military structure with brigades that they've actually put together of fighting brigades. Most of those brigades have been broken up. The remaining brigades of Hamas terrorists are all living underground at Rafah. And while we need to do everything we can, and I had great conversations with Israelis about everything that they're doing to be able to protect civilians and to protect civilian lives that have nothing to do with this onslaught of terrorism, they're also keenly aware that the people that are living underground in Rafah are making public statements on social media that as soon as this war is over, they're coming again to do another October the 7th. And the Israelis are being very, very clear, we're not going to allow that to happen. We're not going to allow our Israeli citizens to be slaughtered in their beds early on a Saturday morning again. So they're doing everything they can to be able to prepare for that moment, to be able to stop the group of terrorists that are living underground. It's interesting to me when I think about the Hamas terrorist organization. In the United States, our military trains and prepares itself to get between violence and civilians. Hamas does the opposite. Hamas actually trains and equips to put civilians between its military and violence. They put the civilians on the top layer while the safe shelters underground are occupied by the terrorist armies. Stunning to me, just the mental difference between the two and how jarring that really is. Interesting conversations I had with some of the Israeli leadership as well, just to be able to chat with them and to say, you can't eliminate Hamas by trying to be able to attack them over and over and over again, to be able to eliminate all people that think like Hamas and that are actually a part of Hamas. And their response was interesting to me. The response was, we fully understand we're not going to obliterate everyone that's in Hamas. We want to stop the threat that's coming at us, but we understand that there'll be members of Hamas in the future that will still think that way. And their response to me was, there are still Nazis in the world right now. There are still people that claim to be a Nazi or a neo-Nazi right now. But the difference is they don't run Germany. And their first goal was, we want to end Hamas's rule, a terrorist organization having the capacity to run the entity right next door to us. We understand that there'll still be people that think like that, but we want to show them there is a better way. And we still want to be able to have peace with our neighbors. You see, this connection between Hezbollah in Syria and Hamas is Iran's plan, and has been for a long time, to build what they're calling a ring of fire around Israel. It was their way of protecting themselves for the Iranian regime, that if they made it so violent around Israel, Israel would never actually attack Iran. That was their plan. What's interesting was Israel has been working to be able to build a ring of ice around Iran. That's the Abraham Accords. As Iran is trying to make the region more violent, Israel is trying to make the region more peaceful. It's stark when it's side by side, isn't it? Israel is working to build relationships, and has, with UAE and with Bahrain. They've had long-standing relationships with Jordan and with Egypt. They're working in their relationship with Saudi Arabia, as they've even added Morocco into the Abraham Accords. They're building a ring of ice through the region to bring the temperature down in a violent, hostile area. And for the folks that are in Hamas, they hate the thought of that, because they don't want normalization. They want violence and control. And as they scream river from the river to the sea, they mean the death of every Israeli and, quite frankly, every Jew worldwide. And they've been clear about that. Now, what do we need to do as Americans? Well, I think we need to be attentive on several areas. One is, Russia has formed an alliance with Iran. Many of the weapon systems that are being shot right now at Ukrainians are actually Iranian weapon systems, and we should not ignore that. This alliance between Russia and Iran continues to grow. In just the past several years, Russia has dramatically increased its number of military bases in Syria. They have now gone over 100. They're at 103 bases now in Syria that are Russian active bases. We should pay attention to that. For Iran, we've seen clearly what they're doing, how they continue to attack. Again, there's this focus on 330 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles that were fired at Israel just this past week. What people may not be tracking is what continues to happen from Lebanon, with the Iranian-backed Hezbollah continuing to attack Israel. Just in the past 24 hours, Hezbollah has attacked northern Israeli communities and cities 6 times in the last 24 hours. But of course, no media is covering that. But if you're in one of the communities that's now vacant in northern Israel, and that they've fled and they're living in hotels or with relatives or fled to some other location from northern Israel, they're keenly aware of what continues to happen there. We've got to deal with the continued threat and awakening from Russia, but we've got to also think seriously about what's happening with the regime in Iran. We as a nation have tried to pacify Iran. We tried to isolate them diplomatically. Now, I don't call for a military attack on Iran. No one wants a violence and war. We're not interested in our sons and daughters being involved in another conflict. But to think that Iran is going to suddenly be peaceful when a regime is intent on trying to destroy Israel at the time should awaken all of us to the reality of where Iran really is. It was also good to be able to see when 330 projectiles were coming at Israel this week, the Americans stood by their side. They shot down a lot of those. The Israelis obviously shot down the majority of them, but the British also were engaged in shooting those down. We had French that were engaged, but also the Jordanians were engaged. The Saudis were engaged. The region is pushing back on a violent Iran that is intent on making the region worse and more unstable, not better. Iran has used the vacuum of what's happened in Syria to move in their radicalism across Syria. And they continue to make it a more and more toxic place in Syria and in Iraq. We as the United States should turn up our sanctions even more. We as the United States should isolate Iran even more. We as the United States should use every leverage that we have to isolate not only their economy, but to be able to be focused in on that regime. Because quite frankly, that regime is oppressing its own people. Our problem as a nation is not the Iranian people. They're living under the oppression of the Iranian regime as well. It is the regime that's there. And while some members of this body have called for a change in leadership in Israel, I would call for a change in leadership in Iran, because that's really the problem in the region. And we should find ways to be able to apply as much pressure as we can on that regime and to be able to message to the people of Iran as often as we possibly can, we see you in the oppression that you live under every single day, and we wish better for you. For well-educated young men and women who live under the oppressive thumb of that leadership. Something else we can do as the United States is stop allowing our soil to be the place where the Iranian regime can spew their hatred. This Thursday, the Iranian foreign minister is flying to the United States to be able to speak to a group of people at the UN. And our administration has given him a visa. I have called on Secretary Blinken to say literally, this is one of the Iranian leaders who is a leading voice in the IRGC, who is a leading voice in the attack in the preparation for October the 7th, who is a leading voice of hatred towards the United States and the West and our ally Israel. We should not extend a visa while Iran is attacking actively from their soil and from all of their proxies. We should not extend a visa to the Iranian foreign minister to come stand on our soil in our country and spew his hatred. If he wants to do that internationally, he can. Now, I understand the UN is a body and a place where we've allowed voices from all over the world to come speak. But you know what? There was a moment when President Obama denied a visa to Iranian leaders because of where they were. There was a moment when President Trump also denied some visas to some of the Iranian leaders because of what they were actively doing. This is a moment when President Biden and Secretary Blinken should tell the Iranian foreign minister, not this week, not right now, not at all. When you're attacking our friends, we should not loan them bits of our soil to do it from our territory. We should make it clear that the Iranian leadership that oppresses its own people and attacks our allies, and by the way, uses their proxies to murder Americans that are also serving in their region, we should make it very clear we will not allow that on our soil. I made it clear when I was in Israel that the people of the United States see the people of Israel. We understand what they're living under. And as a nation who's faced terrorism in our nation, we understand the emotion that they have at this point. And we understand their tenacity. We as the United States should be very clear. We have an ally, and it's Israel. We're going to walk with her. We're going to help Israel in every way that we can because she has been attacked and is in the middle of a war. And when you walk through the streets of Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, you feel it. Just like when you're walking through the streets along the border with Gaza and Lebanon and Syria, you feel it. They're ready for peace. And Israel is actively building a ring of ice in the region to bring down the temperature of the region, to push back directly on Iran's ring of fire. We as a nation should be clear on which one we support. Those that are bringing peace or those that are bringing violence and hatred. We should make that continually clear and continue to be able to act on it diplomatically and when we need to protect our allies in every way we can, like we did this week with Israel. Let's pray for the peace of Jerusalem, but let's also stand by her. With that, I yield the floor. Secretary Mayorkas, you and I have spent a lot of time together. I would dare say that you and I have spent more time together than anyone on this dais. You and I both know there are things the executive branch can do, and there are things that Congress can do to be able to attack this. The challenge becomes trying to get those things implemented to be able to do it. There's a rumor that's out there that the administration's considering a change in 212F authorities, and that there may be some new executive authority used during this time period. Can you give us some insight of what that might be and what is under consideration?
Senator, I'm very proud of the time that we spent together negotiating what would have been a transformative solution to our broken immigration system. We in the government consider consistently all the time what options are available to us. That is the responsibility of good government. We have not made any decisions that I'm in a position to announce today, but I can assure you that we consider all the options before us in executing our responsibilities to the American people.
You have an idea of a time period when that might be implemented? I know you're making some considerations on that. When would we know?
There has been no decision made yet. I don't have a time frame to present to you.
There were clearly, as Senator Johnson mentioned, there are clearly differences in how President Trump enforced the border. There's also differences in how President Obama enforced the border than how it's currently being done now through the same executive authorities of things that were out there. The negotiated agreements with Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador at the time that President Trump had achieved, we don't have that same kind of agreement with them. I've had some Guatemalan leaders that have reached out to me and said, we want to reestablish some of those same type of agreements that are there to be able to get that. We don't have some of the same enforcement mechanisms. I know the court stepped back in and said they remain in Mexico, the MPP. We've got to be able to reinstitute. The facility was changed on it, but the enforcement is different. There are differences that are there. I think what needs to be done here is President Biden, DHS, to use all the levers that you have to be able to enforce the border, as President Obama did and as President Trump did. This Congress also has a responsibility as well. What we had negotiated together was doubling the number of deportation flights, dramatically increasing the number of detention beds, increasing agents, increasing officers, increasing the number of immigration judges, increasing asylum officers, changing the definition of asylum so that there's a more rapid turnaround in that process, changing the process for expedited removal so that you're not hamstrung with some of the court decisions that have been made in the past. All of those things were dramatic changes that Congress needs to do. So I've been hard on members here to say we've got work that we've got to do. But you and I have had frank conversations as well to be able to say there are things that the administration can do. I encourage State Department to be more focused on recalcitrant countries and turning people around. I encourage Department of Justice to be more clear on enforcement of things that they're not doing either right now. But the frustration that you hear from the dais here is a sense that, yeah, Congress has things that we need to do, but we don't feel like State Department, DOJ, and DHS is using every tool at their resource. So I would tell you, we're eager to see the 212F and what is being determined at this point and what can be done, because this last number I saw, I think we had about 5,800 people that crossed yesterday. And so obviously that's an intolerable number for everybody on it. If I can ask a quick question as well, you and I have talked several times about special interest aliens. This is a different group out there that's been difficult to get information about. It's a group that DHS has defined for a while as folks with a potential for a national security risk. We understand there are thousands of individuals that have been designated as a special interest alien, but we can't get any information on it. This committee that has the oversight has had one briefing on it, and it was last year. That was a bipartisan briefing, and Senator Sinema and I worked for months to be able to get that one classified briefing on it. Since that briefing time, we've asked for follow-up, and we've gotten nothing on it to get details. How many special interest aliens? Where are they coming from? What are the details on those? These are folks that your team has identified as a potential national security risk. We don't know how they're being handled, but it is our understanding thousands of them are being released. Can you give us any clarity on that, and can you give us a time that we'll be able to get access to that information about those folks?
Senator, I'm very disappointed to hear that you feel that we haven't provided you with the information you've requested with respect to special interest aliens. I will work with my team to ensure a briefing of those of you who are interested in this very important subject in an appropriate setting.
Great. We have followed up. I have a list here of the number of requests. We've had 6 formal requests to your office just this calendar year, and every time we've not received an answer to it. So we absolutely need more information about this, because that's a very special concern to us to try to figure out how do we actually get that resolved. On the budget request that's coming out, when you and I worked on the supplemental piece, we included funding for 50,000 detention beds and for deportation flights to be dramatically increased. Part of the issue was, obviously, if we're releasing people, especially single adults, it just increases the number of people that are coming. If we don't turn people around, there aren't immediate consequences, then more people just come because there's a delayed consequence, which is really no consequence. So my question is, in the budget request, we're to 34,000 beds for budget request. Why that number when we know we could get up to 50,000, or at least to 40,000 we could get up to? Why a lower number in a budget request rather than the number that you know you need?
Senator, the budget is, of course, presented under the context of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Our 2025 budget was presented before the 2024 budget was enacted. We fully support the 41,500 detention beds that were presented in the fiscal year 2024 budget. I continue to believe that in the context of the Senate's bipartisan legislation, the 50 or 55,000 beds was an advancement in our efforts, and we look forward to working with this committee and Congress on funding the detention beds that are needed.
I hope that's so. We've got to be able to get that resolved. That's a serious issue that only Congress can resolve, but we've got to be able to implement. We need the White House to also make the request on it. One last thing I'll just ask for the record, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, on this. DHS Ombudsman for Citizenship and Immigration Services found this statement: the parole programs that are currently being used at our southern border that are allowing more people to come in, the parole programs require diverting funding and employee resources within USCIS from other immigration programs. We've experienced this in our office. It's become harder for legal immigration, and the Ombudsman is saying it's because some of these resources are being funneled to the border processing parole there. Love to have a statement back from your office in writing on if that's true, what's being done to be able to change it. If it's not true, why is that not true?
Thank you, Senator Lankford, and I appreciate trying to stay on that timeline. I appreciate that. For those of you who weren't here, we have our colleagues are all trying to. Everybody wants to ask questions. Everybody is scheduling tightly, so if you try to stay to your time, I would appreciate that.
Tom, thanks for pulling this together and for making it so clear of what we're trying to accomplish. Every university and every student has the right to be able to speak their mind, to be able to test out new ideas. It's the nature of being on a college campus to be able to both speak out and to be able to think through different things. But when you're talking about screaming at Jewish students and rabbis saying no longer is this university a safe place for you to be, it violates the very principles that all these universities supposedly stand for. Literally in these locations where Jewish students are being told it's not safe for you to be there anymore, I can't imagine any other group on campus that university officials would say it's no longer safe for you to be here. These are the individuals that should have the right to be able to go to their education and to be able to speak their own mind, yet they're being intimidated and harassed, screamed at with words of genocide, have a protest sign held in front of them that says resistance by all means necessary. Everyone understands what that means, what that group actually holds that up. That is including violence, including October the 7th. Listen, we're a nation that prides ourselves on the right to be able to speak out. But we're also a nation that says you cannot go and intimidate someone else in the process. When law is broken on that, then law needs to be enforced. If you do not enforce criminal activity, then you'll get more criminal activity. And we're seeing it in some of these privileged universities where they're allowing individuals to be able to come and to be able to clearly violate the law and then assume it's not going to get worse and worse and worse. It is, and it has, and it will continue to, till we actually have clear parameters of, yes, you can speak your mind, yes, you can say a dumb thing, but no, you can't intimidate other people. And again, for universities that pride themselves on creating safe places on their campus to literally create environments where they know they're going to thrive in crime and they're going to have people take over buildings and try to relive the glory days of the 1960s and protests, what they're really doing is continuing to intimidate other students, and they know it, and they're winning. When graduations get canceled, when classes have to move, the violent protesters, they're actually winning the day. So this is up to universities. Quite frankly, we've all been very clear, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition that the State Department has used for years to be able to define anti-Semitism, the Department of Education has refused to use, and many of these university presidents have refused to use and left an ambiguous definition saying, of course you can speak out against Israel. Of course you can. But even in the IRA definition, you can disagree with the Israeli government, but you can't call for genocide. That moves into anti-Semitism, and that should be something that we actually speak out on and make very clear on every single campus. Mr. President.
The senior senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, thank you. Kind of just recap for this body. Starting last October, a group of us sat down to have a serious conversation about border. We had a Democrat senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy. We had an independent senator, Kirsten Sinema from Arizona, and a conservative senator from Oklahoma. We all understood the problem is serious, and there are very real threats to our national security, our economy. It was spiraling out of control on the border. October is the highest month ever in the history of our country. November was the highest number ever in the history of our country. December was the highest number ever in the history of our country, with the largest day of illegal crossings in the history of our country in December of 12,000 people in a single day. Things were spiraling out of control at the border, and they continue. So we sat down in a serious conversation and said we had differences of how to be able to resolve this, but we all want to be able to fix this. So we spent months trying to be able to hammer out a resolution. It was a serious dialogue that we hope to be able to get to conclusion. But we failed to do that. We created a bill that I felt like was a great bill with common ground in it. It didn't have everything that I wanted in it, but it did have the essentials in it to be able to change the way we do asylum, to be able to change the processing. It literally took it from the very first person that crossed the border each day would be detained, quickly screened, and then deported. The very first person. If we had a flood of a caravan of up to 5,000 people across the day, we can't control that. So in that situation, instead of detaining, quickly screening, and deporting, we would just detain and deport. Because there was no time to do the screening, we weren't going to release people in, we were going to turn people around. It changed the structure dramatically from what was happening on the border. I felt like this was a good bill to be able to move forward. and I moved in good faith to be able to get that done. But it's also well known here that I had disagreements, some within my own party, the majority within my own party, that said this is not the time to be able to resolve this. It is what it is. It's the political nature of what's going on right now. I understand that. But the problem's still unresolved. Yesterday, we had 5,500 people that illegally crossed the border yesterday. Yesterday. Last month, we had 174,000 people that illegally crossed our border last month. That would have been the highest month ever. In fact, it would have been the highest month in the past 20 years if it wasn't for the last 3 years under the Biden administration. It would have been higher than any month under President Obama, under President Bush, under President Trump. It would have been higher than any of those months. But it doesn't beat even the records that were even set in the previous months before under the Biden administration because of their dramatic change in policy. We've had 1.5 million people now illegally cross the border this fiscal year. 1.5 million people. And they continue to be able to come across our border with almost no restraint. I've said for a long time, this is a serious issue that we need to address. My own party has said this was not the time to be able to do that. Now I'm hearing rumors that next week, the folks I was sitting down with to be able to have serious dialogue to fix it may bring bills back up again and to say, let's do a political thing on the other side of the aisle. Listen, if we're going to solve the border issues, it's not going to be by doing competing messaging bills. If we're going to solve this, let's sit down like adults and let's figure out how we're going to actually resolve this together. If there's a messaging bill that comes back, even the bill that I helped negotiate next week, just to bring it up again and to try to be able to poke Republicans in the eye for some sort of messaging piece, why are we doing this? All the American people see it. Everybody sees this is political, but everyone in the country also sees, why don't you guys and ladies fix this instead? Why don't you actually resolve it? There's a couple of quotes that have come out lately. My Democratic colleagues have put out a memo, and this was the memo, saying Tom Suozzi flipped the script on his Republican opponent, successfully painting her as an unserious about border security because of her opposition to the bipartisan border bill, and turned what could have been a devastating political liability into an advantage. Democrats should learn the lesson from New York 3. Quite simply, we risk losing the 2024 election if we do not seize this opportunity to go on offense on the issue on the border and turn the table on Republicans, their key of failing the vote. Senator Schumer put out a statement where he made this statement saying it's a win if Republicans abandon us at the last minute. Because if Democrats could put together a tough bipartisan border bill on the border, it would not take border away as an issue for the Republicans, but it would at least give us a 50-50 chance to combat it. Listen, I understand the politics of the moment. I do. We're in a presidential election year. Everybody in America is watching what's happening on the border and saying something needs to be fixed. And it is easy for Republicans to look at the White House and to say there are 94 executive orders that the White House has proactively done that changed how the border was enforced under President Trump and under President Obama. Okay, a high number under President Obama was 2,000 people in a day. Yesterday, we had 5,500 people. If President Biden would just enforce the border the same way President Obama did, much less the same way President Trump did, the border would be very different. Everybody sees that. Everybody also sees that we need a change in the way we do asylum policy. That's a change that has to be done in Congress. That's a vote that we have to be able to take. So instead of us pointing at each other and doing political stunts, let's solve this. Let's actually sit down and figure out how we're going to resolve it. We can't do everything. The bill that I worked with Senator Murphy and Senator Sinema on, we're not going to be able to pass. So let's find the sections of it that we can pass. The worst case scenario is doing nothing. That's what we're currently doing. Now, the House of Representatives passed a bill yesterday saying that if someone who is not legally present here in the country attacks a law enforcement officer, whether that is state, local, county, federal, tribal, whoever it may be, if they attack a law enforcement officer, they're going to be deported. Well, it bipartisan passed over in the House yesterday. Is that coming here to the Senate? Probably not. It probably won't be taken up. But in a bipartisan way, it passed the House yesterday. We've had two different votes of a House bill that passed called H.R. 2. That was a very comprehensive bill dealing with all areas of border security. It passed the House. It came to the Senate. It's had two votes, and it's failed both times. So Republicans can now say, Democrats didn't take our bill. And Democrats will, it looks like, going to bring things up and to say, well, Republicans wouldn't take the bipartisan bill. And we point at each other, and we're still in the same spot. Listen, the American people expect us to actually solve this, not just do politics on it. So here's my counsel. Stop doing all the political games. Let's stop bringing up the messaging bills. This is a national emergency. Of the 5,500 people that crossed the border yesterday illegally, I haven't seen the number yet, but I would tell you, in all likelihood, if it's tracking similar to other days, several dozen of those folks were designated by the Department of Homeland Security, this Department of Homeland Security, as special interest aliens. That is, they're coming from areas of known terrorism. They were designated at the border as a potential national security risk, and then they were released into the country awaiting a hearing. And by this afternoon, we'll have no idea where they are. That happens every day now, because there's a large percentage of the people that are crossing the border every day now that are not from the Western Hemisphere. They're from West Africa. They're from all the STAN countries. They're from Pakistan. They're from India. They're from China. They're from Russia. They're from areas where we know there's active terrorist cells, but we just don't know this person. They're not on our list. But we do know that clan they're from, and that there are people from that clan in their particular tribe or their particular location that have been an issue. But because we don't have any derogatory information, they're being released every day. This has been the bell I have been ringing for months now. The immigration issue is not the same as what it was 2 years ago. There's been a huge shift in who is crossing the border, and we are not taking this seriously. This is a national security risk, and we need to be attentive to who is crossing our border every single day and take that seriously. This body knows full well I am not anti-immigration. We're a nation that has welcomed people in from all over the world, and we should continue to do that. We have 1 million people a year that legally become citizens of our country. But in the last 6 months, we've had 1.5 million people illegally cross into our country. That million that came in that became citizens of our country, they were vetted, they went through the process, they're being welcomed and integrated. That 1.5 million other folks that crossed illegally, we have no idea. Some are coming to join family, some are coming to be able to find a job, but some are no doubt also coming for nefarious purposes. And we can't tell the difference. So my counsel to us is, let's take this as serious as it actually is. Press conferences take one person. Passing law takes 60. That means we have to sit down together to be able to talk this through. We have to be able to figure out how we're going to actually get something done and at least make some progress. What is DHS currently doing? Well, DHS has just announced they're doing a rebranding of Homeland Security investigators, of HSI. These are they're HSI ICE. Well, they're going to rebrand them and take away the ICE designation. So we're going to have a new logo and a new something else, and we're expecting a whole new listing of what they're going to actually do. At the same time, they're saying we don't have enough money to be able to get more Border Patrol, to be able to detain more people, to be able to deport more people. We're spending millions of dollars, we haven't seen the amount yet, but we're spending millions of dollars on rebranding HSI. We should take this moment as serious as it actually is. In the past 3 years, the price of groceries has gone up 20%. The price of gasoline has gone up 55%, but the price of fentanyl has gone down on the streets. We should take this moment as serious as it is. We have more drugs coming across our border based on the porous nature of what's going on, where migrants will come in, Border Patrol will engage with them for humanitarian purposes, and then the cartels will smuggle drugs 2 miles upriver or through the desert when they know that no one's watching that area. So we have a dramatic increase in fentanyl coming into our country, directly connected to 5,500 people that illegally crossed yesterday, 174,000 people last month, and 1.5 million in the last 6 months. What are we going to do about that? I hope not just talk about it. I hope not just do political messaging. I hope not just saying we'll bring up this bill to fail that we all know is going to fail. I hope it's actually sit down together and say, let's do the work to actually resolve this issue. That is what people sent us to do. I fully understand it's hard. I've personally experienced it. But we were sent here to do hard things, so we should probably start doing them. Let's get this solved. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Oklahoma.
President. 3 senators started about 8 months ago now, working to try to get some solutions on border security. It's for obvious reasons, because we have record high numbers over and over and over again at our southern border. We had a record high number in October, record high number in November, record high number in December. In fact, December had the highest number of illegal crossings ever in the history of the country in a single day. As of yesterday, we had about 5,200 people that illegally crossed yesterday. In fact, almost every day this year, we've had more than 5,000 people illegally crossing day after day after day. This is a very big issue that the American people want solved. It is a frustrating issue that we've not been able to get to resolution on. It is an issue that people have been frustrated with President Biden, because President Biden has not enforced the border the same way President Trump did or the same way President Obama did. To be clear, this year we'll have 2.5 million people illegally cross the border. With the same law in place under President Obama, we had 500,000 people that illegally crossed that year. And as I've raised over and over again with this administration, if they would just enforce the border the same way President Obama did, things would be very different. But they've chosen not to. They've chosen not to enforce it the same way President Trump did. And instead, we have absolutely been overrun with people from literally all over the world. To put this in perspective, in the last 3 months, we've had more people illegally crossed than any full year under President Obama. They need to do what they can do. But Congress needs to do what we can do. We've got to change the definition of asylum. We've got to change the appeal process. We've got to be able to speed up the process. We've got to provide more clarity so that we don't have people waiting around 8 years for a hearing. We can't just release people at the border, as what has happened day after day after day for years now. We can't have a brand new parole program that the Biden administration literally invented that no other president has ever used to release thousands of people a day. We can't have that. We need to solve this in the administration. We need to solve this in Congress. I wish that's what we were doing today, but we're not. When Senator Murphy and Senator Sinema and I started working on this months ago, we were working to solve it. We were not able to get that done. But today is not a bill, today is a prop. Today is a political messaging exercise. Today is an opportunity to be able to have a vote that's sitting out there so people can send fundraising emails out later tonight and say, look, I tried to do something, when no work was actually done to try to get something done and completed and passed today. In fact, I anticipate there'll be fewer votes today than there were 2 months ago when this came up on both sides of the aisle, because everyone sees this for what it is. It is not an effort to actually make law, it is an effort to do political messaging. That doesn't help us as a country. We still have people that are illegally present here that need attention, and we're not getting it. Now, we can say, Democrats can bring this bill up and say, look, we tried to do something. Well, so what? Republicans can do the same thing. We brought House Resolution 2 twice to this body. That's passed the House with a broad, sweeping piece of approval in the House to come over here to be able to change the way that actually asylum is done, the entire process. That's been voted down twice on a strictly partisan vote. So we can have this vote today, and people can say, well, Republicans voted against this, so it didn't pass. Republicans can say Democrats didn't vote for H.R. 2, so that didn't pass. That still doesn't solve the problem. At the end of the day, the people in my state say there's another 5,000 people that illegally crossed the border. Why aren't we sitting down and resolving that? So today I'm going to vote no on a bill that I think should pass, but there's been no effort to really get this to pass. Let's get us back to the table. Let's actually resolve this issue as we need to get done. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator Lankford, recognized for your questions.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. It is a long process to get to this day. It's a long process past this day, as some of you have seen as well. And there's a lot that's engaged in this. So I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate your families being here, and for all of you introducing your family. It's great to be able to see a very full room today with a lot of family members literally sitting behind you, as I'm sure they've been behind you a lot. Mr. Strong, I am tempted to ask every one of my questions to you because of the smiling 4-year-old over your shoulder, that every time the camera comes on you, it's fantastic. You have no idea what's happening behind you, but it's awesome. So you'll get a chance to watch the video of it later. I'm tempted to do that, but I'm not going to ask you every single question on it. You've been here before on that. Thank you for continuing to be patient as we go through this process.
Thank you, sir.
I really do appreciate that. And for several of you that mentioned your faith and your own personal journey and your personal life, thanks for the transparency of that as well, to be able to make that very clear. A couple of things that I want to just be able to bring up. Most every one of you have either used the term or reaffirmed this justice delayed is justice denied, and have talked about how quick you will move cases. That is one of the prime issues for me, is not just that we have someone there, that if someone actually comes, that I'll just say it, a lawyer who didn't do their homework doesn't get a slap on the wrist from the judge. The judge makes it very clear, we expect you to do your homework because I did my homework, and the client that you're representing needs justice and needs to be heard. So avoiding continuances, almost all of you have mentioned. I do appreciate that, and I would tell you from our side of the dais that's extremely important, and is one of the things that we would expect judges in the D.C. court to actually do, is to make sure that everyone does their job, to be able to make sure everyone has a fair day in court and they have the opportunity to be heard. All of you have also mentioned things about fairness to the individual. I would just reiterate, you didn't have to say it, but let me make it clear. Fairness to the victim is also extremely important as well, and to the potential victims that are on the street, that they also want to know that they're being treated fairly also in the process. So there is an expectation to say, when people come before you, you're representing not only D.C., but for the millions of visitors that come through D.C., that they have an expectation that there are judges that are both not delaying cases, but they're also equally and fairly applying the law to be able to protect every person that's here and to make sure everyone has their opportunity to be able to heard in court. So I do appreciate those answers that several of you have already given on that. I do need to drill down just to be able to clarify some things as we've gone through several issues with our staff, and as we have talked through several things before on this, I want to drill down a couple of things. Ms. Beatty Arthur, by the way, I loved your opening statement on that. That was great, introducing your family and your faith and the journey that you've had here. Getting a chance to be able to work down the hall from your husband will be an interesting journey as well on that. That'll always be interesting, getting a chance to be able to talk cases over dinner and what actually happens next. You had a statement that you made at one point that I want to just be able to give you the opportunity to respond to. You were asked in a talk several years ago just about judicial activism. And in that talk, you made this statement: I'm certain that in some unwritten place in the back of my mind, my race is affecting my decisions every day when I have cases that involve black people. So I, as a person, as just as an entity, I get that statement and that perspective. You also made the same statement about I didn't really understand my blackness until I had a black son. Now I have several black friends, and they talk openly on that journey with their sons and what it's like, especially with law enforcement interactions. I want to give you an opportunity to be able to talk about that, because the reason I say that is if an Asian family is in front of you in your court, if a Hispanic family is in front of you in court, whoever it may be, I don't want that statement to sit in front of them to think I can't get a fair hearing because I'm going to be treated differently than someone else in the court. So I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you, Senator. But I think what's important to note, and I don't recall the exact language I used at that talk, but I think what's important to note is that judicial activism is never appropriate in the courtroom. The statement that I didn't really understand, I think what you mentioned was the blackness until I had a black son. Right. I think it pushed it to the forefront, my discussion and thoughts about being black. But no matter what, when I wake up tomorrow, I'll be a black woman. That is still important to me. But who I am does not affect the type how I handle my cases. Between the Office of Administrative Hearings and the Superior Court, I've heard thousands of cases, and I push any thoughts or ideas or about race to the side, because every person that appears in front of me has an important moment, regardless of what their race or ethnicity is. I'm not, judicial activism is inappropriate in the courtroom setting. So I understand your question, but that's not who I am as a judge. And that's how how I provide myself in the courtroom setting.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you for that. Mr. Boucher, several members that are sitting in front of me have had some political activity in the past and donations that they've done personally on that. You're one of the folks that's here that at previous times, previous to you being a magistrate judge, you did political donations. How do you separate your politics from being on the bench and trying to say, okay, everyone has a political perspective. Everybody does. So how do you keep those two things separate when it is known what your political perspective is, but you're also sitting on the bench trying to be fair and equal?
Thank you, Senator. Quite simply, I don't consult my personal feelings when I'm on the bench. I have, as the deputy presiding magistrate judge, as a magistrate judge for the past 8 years, I have presided over more than 27,000 cases, and individuals from all parties have appeared before me. My role is to consider the facts, objectively apply the law, and render a timely decision. And that's what I've done as a magistrate judge. That is what I intend to do if I am confirmed as an associate judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnson, Mr. McKenzie was asked a question earlier about a letter that he had signed on to in the past. By the way, there's a special place in heaven for sixth grade teachers. I just have to tell you that as a former youth pastor myself, there's no time in a boy's life more interesting than sixth grade. And so for teachers that teach sixth grade, that's an impressive time for you to engage on that. Mr. McKenzie answered a question about a letter that he had signed on to earlier. You have a letter that you had signed on to right after the Dobbs decision. And in that letter, it makes a statement: the court has failed to uphold the promise at the very core of the Constitution, the promise of liberty, dispassionate, fair, and equal treatment for all under the law. Obviously, the court decision for the Supreme Court in the Dobbs decision was really not a decision about abortion so much as who should decide on that. Should that be in the court, or should that be in the legislature, states, federal, whatever it may be? So I want to press down on this a little bit, just on that perspective, because I understand personal perspectives on abortion. You and I probably have differences of agreement on that. But it's the statement about the court has failed to uphold the promise of the Constitution, when really the decision was about court shouldn't decide this, the people should decide this. That's a different constitutional statement on it. So I want to give you the opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you, Senator. My personal views would not be a factor in my decisions as a judge, and I want to be very clear that Dobbs is the law of the land, and as a judge, my role would be to faithfully apply all binding precedent, including Dobbs, to any case that were to appear before me.
Okay.
And that is what I would do.
I appreciate it. It's not an unknown statement on this. I see them over time. I apologize. We've had issues, for instance, in Washington, D.C., where there were 5 children that were found, the bodies that were identified, that looks like it was from a late-term partial birth abortion, which is not legal in Washington, D.C. Those bodies were identified, and then there's been this ongoing conversation about what's the follow-up. So the abortion question is not so much a question that's only federal or local or state or for the districts, but it does come in criminal cases as well, in trying to be able to figure out what to do in a case, as we saw several years ago in Philadelphia, where late-term partial birth illegal abortions were being done, and they had to be able to follow through on that. That could be a case coming before you as well. Obviously, you're in Washington, D.C., and it'll be important that the law is applied no matter what the law is and based on what preferences are.
Yes, as a judge, I would be duty-bound to follow the law wherever it takes the case, and that is a duty I would take very seriously.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank all of our nominees for joining us here today. And for
President, the President of the United States is today using clips of my speech on the floor of the Senate in his campaign ads, talking about border security and immigration. Well, I would encourage him to use clips of this speech today instead, because President Biden created the problem at the border right now. That's not some theory, that's not some political statement, that's fact. And I can compare that to the 2 previous presidents who operated under the exact same law as President Biden is operating under now. We have 2.5 million people plus illegally crossing our southern border this year. Under President Obama, we had 500,000. There's no difference in the law between President Obama, President Trump, and President Biden. The only difference is the executive that's actually overseeing that law's prosecution. That's the only difference. So why would we have 500,000 people illegally crossing the border under President Obama and 2.5 million people under President Biden? It is the executive and how they are carrying out the law. Now, I've been very clear. That last 500,000 is Congress's responsibility. We have a responsibility to change the definition of asylum, to change how the enforcement is done, increase the number of agents that are there, take away a lot of the appeals that are frivolous, and we all know it, to be able to allow people that qualify for asylum to get into the country, and people that do not get turned around so they can go through a legal pathway, not through an illegal pathway. That's Congress's responsibility, that last 500,000. Those are changes in law we have got to get done, and I've been very outspoken on that, and will continue to get outspoken on that, because we have not done our job here. But the other 2 million people that are illegally crossing this year, last year, the year before that, that's not on Congress, that's on the President of the United States, because he created this. Why would I say that? Day 1 of this presidency, he walked in with an executive order, day 1, and announced to the world, we are no longer going to do a border wall construction. We're going to stop border wall construction. Day 1, this president announced that he's no longer going to do the executive order that had been put in place under President Trump to ensure that there was a meaningful application of Border Patrol laws and immigration regulations. Literally, he took those regs and set them aside and said, we're not going to do that. Day 1, he announced a 100-day moratorium on deportations and on enforcement, and then continued to be able to extend it out from there. This wasn't day 1, but it was a week and a half later, DHS implemented a new policy saying that we're going to change the way we do removals of people that are illegally present in the country. The next day after that, he changed the way asylum processing is done at the border and removed what was called the Remain in Mexico program. That is something the Supreme Court actually came back and said, you can't just remove that, you have to re-implement that. So the Supreme Court actually required that to be implemented. This president put in the mechanics to do it, but is not actually doing it. So as Americans, we're paying hundreds of millions of dollars to have the facility and the personnel actually there to fulfill what the court has required them to do, but they're not actually doing what's called the MPP, the Remain in Mexico program. That is a decision that they made. A week after that, in February of 2021, Anthony Blinken announced that he was terminating the agreements with Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador so that they would then enforce their borders more readily in that agreement that we had made with them with the State Department. The State Department terminated that to be able to open up the pathways for more folks to go. I could keep going on and on and on. You see, what's happening now is not happenstance. It was a deliberate decision made in 2021 to open our borders to, quote unquote, not look so mean. But what has actually occurred is more than 10 million people have crossed our border illegally, and the administration has announced just in the last couple of weeks, 55,000 people have crossed just this year that they designated as a special interest migrant. Their definition, 55,000 people. Those individuals are areas that they're coming from areas that they define as a terror risk. Those 55,000 individuals have all been labeled by this administration as a potential risk to national security. 55,000 in just the last year. You know what's happened to those? The vast majority of them are in the United States right now because they were released by this administration. This is a border crisis of this administration's creation. They created this crisis. While Congress has a responsibility to do the things that we need to do, this administration created this crisis with the decisions they made in Homeland Security, they made in the State Department, and they made at the Department of Justice. Individuals that cross the border multiple times, that is a felony in American law. Ask the Department of Justice how many of those folks have been prosecuted as a felony in the last 3 years. I dare you. Ask them. And you'll find out it's zero. They've just stopped prosecutions. They've announced to the world, we're no longer enforcing American law. The world has taken the message, and they're coming. Because we're the United States of America. We're the greatest country in the world. But we're also the top terrorism threat in the world because people come here to do us harm, because they hate our freedom in who we are. We are not doing the most basic security that every nation does, and that is protect our border. So the president announced an executive action this week. An executive action that he literally pulled from a section of a bipartisan bill that we worked on, but it was literally the bolt-on section on the end of it. The heart of the bill was not what you do after thousands of people are crossing the border. The heart of the bill is what do you do for the first person that illegally crosses. The bill was set up to say the very first person that illegally crosses, they are picked up at the border, they are screened quickly, then they are deported quickly. We changed the screening process, we changed the appeals process, we changed all the standards. We rapidly affected the first person. This administration's announced a new initiative that they're going to do, not for the first person that illegally crosses, but for somewhere around the 4,000th. Now, why do I say 4,000 when they've announced 2,500? Well, you got to read the fine print. They've said after 2,500 people come, then we're going to add some new authorities. But the fine print is pretty important. They exclude the about 1,600 people a day they're currently letting in at ports of entry using what they call the CBP One app. They're giving those folks parole. They've not gone through any legal process. They're just declaring them as legal when they come through. So they're not including those folks that are illegally coming in the border under a parole program that they have created. That program could end tomorrow. Illegal immigration would drop by 1,600 people tomorrow if they turned off the program they turned on. They're also not including what's called the Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, Nicaragua program. There's 1,000 people a day that are coming into that program. They've just excluded them as well from their 2,500 number. They're excluding anyone who is an unaccompanied minor. They're excluding them, and they've also listed out a whole bunch of others. If they have a health issue, others. So this 2,500 number, I've had several folks say, well, that's half of what y'all had proposed in your bill. It's not. You've got to read the fine print of what's actually in the executive order. What could this administration do? Pretty straightforward. Here's a few things they could do right now. They could actually start putting pressure on recalcitrant countries through the State Department to take back individuals back into their own country. The State Department has stopped putting pressure on recalcitrant countries. They could do that today. The law today allows the administration to start doing direct hire for Border Patrol and for ICE. They're not using that authority. They're just saying, we can't hire enough agents. They have direct hire authority they're choosing not to use. Right now, this administration could speed up the way they handle all the appeals process through all these frivolous regulations and some of the executive orders. They had to literally take away those things and make it more difficult to actually fight through the appeals. They could put those back in today. Today, they could end the Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela program that they created to allow folks to be able to come in greater numbers from those 4 countries. They started that program. They could end that today. They could end the catch and release that they have created at the southern border. They could end that today. They started it. They could turn that off on that. They could restart the cooperative agreements with Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador to stop the flow of migrants coming from Central America up as they're coming through those areas. They could do that today. They could reinstate the Remain in Mexico program. All the structure is there. The court required them to have it. They could actually use it, and that would make a huge difference today. They could actually start prosecuting border crossing cases from start to finish. What do I mean by that? This administration is starting the process of prosecuting individuals, but halfway through, they're just dropping the case. Well, it doesn't take long for the word to get out to people that illegally cross that even if you start the prosecution, this administration will drop it and will not finish it. They text family members back home and say, come. And the next group actually comes from there. This administration is currently finding new ways to allow people to come in states like Oklahoma, my state, is currently being prosecuted by the Department of Justice because we've passed laws in our state to put greater requirements on people that are illegally present in the state and have committed criminal acts. It used to be, under previous administration, if someone was illegally present and they committed a criminal act, they were more active to remove those. Right now, the Department of Justice is actually putting pressure on my state of Oklahoma for pressuring people that are illegally present and also have committed a criminal act. The Department of Justice could actually enforce our southern border rather than actually go after states that are trying to actually enforce the law in our own states. And quite frankly, one of the things this administration could do today is to vet people coming across our border better because they're currently not coordinating all of the data points that we have for foreign individuals. They're not checking against all of those systems when people are crossing our border illegally. This administration and this president needs to stop saying there's nothing he can do until Congress acts. Congress does need to act, but there's a lot he could do that would make a huge difference. And it's not just my opinion, I can prove it with fact. Just compare this Democrat president and his numbers of illegal crossings against the last Democrat president and his number of illegal crossings. Biden, 2.5 million a year. Obama, 500,000 a year. So I understand this president doesn't want to enforce what President Trump did, though that was more effective than what President Obama did. But he should do at least what President Obama did. Stop playing politics with this on all sides. Stop running a speech that I've given on this floor for his campaign purposes unless he wants to run this speech. And to say this president needs to step up and do his job. With that, I yield the floor. It'll be a little more brief than that. Thank you both. Thanks for the information and the background on it. I apologize I've had to run in and out through this hearing as well. You gave a stat earlier that I wanted to be able to drill down a little bit on it. You gave a stat that one of the business organizations said they spend 30 to 50% of their time not on security, but on compliance. So let's drill down on that a little bit. Do they give you information or do you have a sense of what that compliance is that could not be done so they could spend more time on security?
Absolutely, Senator, and thanks very much for that question. So that 30 to 50% number is for chief information security officers in their time. That was in response to our RFI last year. More recent testimony, actually, that was given in April before the Committee on Homeland Security said that when you look at the CISO's team's time, sometimes it's up to 70%. So 70% of the human capital that in this case, this is the financial services sector that had done this survey, 70% of their team's time were spent on compliance activities. And the concern that I think we have is not that there shouldn't be requirements. There absolutely must be. The financial services system, for instance, is absolutely vital to our economy, to our national security. However, when you have time spent on developing reports, on responding to examiners' questions, not in a standardized, harmonized way, that is a challenge. And a further challenge is if another regulator then comes in after you have just finished an examination with the first, the second regulator comes in and says, hey, yes, you have all of these reports that you've developed for the first, but we have a different opinion with respect to risk. And the chairman had asked earlier about why cybersecurity is particularly amenable to harmonization. And the reason is the risk that we're talking about here is the same. It is the same information systems. So that's really one of the challenges that we see out there and why we believe the approach here is so important.
So what is the right percentage of time you think to be able to do compliance? Because they're going to have to do some, you're right, but 70% is clearly not the right number on this to try to get it down to that level. It's going to be just a ballpark. I get that.
Yeah, I am not. I'm more of a cybersecurity guy, Senator, than a compliance guy. But I'd be happy to take that back and get some sense. But 70% is not correct.
It's not correct. I would tell you, I met with some folks that were in rural healthcare yesterday, in nursing homes and skilled nursing. They're frustrated because their compliance requirements continue to go up. They're adding additional nurses, not to see patients, but to fill out forms that are now being requested by CMS. It's the same issue here. They don't have the same issue of multiple regulators. They just have increased amount of compliance to be able to fill out forms. And when you take nurses away from patients to be able to fill out forms, you've got more forms but not more care. We have the same situation, my fear is, in that I know we have duplication, but we also have increased requirements to be able to do some of these completed forms to be able to turn in for someone to be able to put in a drawer so that later if there's a problem, they can show, yes, here's your problem, you didn't fill out this form correctly, rather than helping them with compliance. That's my perspective on that, but that's one I'll be able to push on. I need to ask, though, why OMB doesn't already have the authority to do this. So obviously there's a lot of authority that OMB has to be able to coordinate against all agencies. What is unique about this legislation that gives authority that OMB doesn't have right now?
Senator, thanks very much for that question. And I will say a couple of things. First of all, we are lockstep with OIRA, the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, at OMB. We work very closely with them. Part of the challenge that they have is they do not have a gold standard that they can point to when it comes to executive branch regulators and say, this is not harmonized with something, right? The challenge right now is you can come to a regulator and say, this doesn't look like other regulations, but there isn't a policy that says this is what good baseline cybersecurity requirements cross-sectorally for enterprise IT looks like. That's part of what we're trying to solve. The other challenge, though, is the independent regulatory commissions, which we do not have the authority, neither OMB nor the Office of the National Cyber Director, to bring to the table to help design that framework. And from our standpoint, it needs to be an inclusive process. We need to hear from everyone in order to design something effectively. And that is something that, from the administration's perspective, not just ONCD's, the administration supports the approach that Chairman Peters has laid out.
Okay. I'm going to defer the time and actually be done earlier rather than later. That's shocking. I know for everybody. I know for everyone shocking on this, but Chairman Peters, this is an area we need to work on, the independent agencies, not just in this area, but in a broader area. My perspective, and I'm not going to force GAO to be able to make a comment about this, my perspective on this, there are independent agencies that feel like they're independent from everybody. They're not independent from everybody. They still need additional oversight. They still need to be able to go through the OIRA review. There's still some boundaries that need to be there when they're creating new regs, that they're not a completely independent fourth branch of government, that they do need to have some kind of oversight. So this is something I think we need to look at not only in this area, but in a broader area in the days ahead, and the authority that this committee has.
Well, I agree with you, but this is, I think, a very meaningful step. It'll set an example of how we got to bring them together in a key area, but I'm with you all the way, Senator, on that.
If anyone here in this chamber is watching the news of late, in the last 24 hours, the FBI scooped up 8 citizens from Tajikistan that were in the United States and arrested them on immigration violations, but they were also suspected terrorists that were in the United States. They were in Philadelphia, they were in Los Angeles, they were in New York City, and there were individuals that had direct connections to terrorism, and they were here because they illegally crossed our southern border and were waved in. This is an issue I've been on this floor at this desk speaking about for 2 years now. The population that's crossing our southern border has dramatically changed in the last 2 years. No longer is just about everyone from the Western Hemisphere. Now we have very large numbers of people from places like Tajikistan, from West Africa, from China, from Russia, from Pakistan, from places, other specific places that are known areas of terrorism, and we have people in the thousands that are crossing our borders that we don't know who they are, from places that we typically don't have people illegally crossing. This group of individuals are called special interest aliens. That is, they're not on our terror watch list, but we don't know why they're here or how they got here or the process that they came to come to the United States across our southern border illegally is unusual, different, or is directed by a crime organization outside of Mexico. Special interest aliens. Last year we had 70,000 people that fell into the category of special interest alien. This year so far we've had 53,000 people that were special interest aliens. These 8 individuals that were arrested yesterday were part of that group of special interest aliens. Illegally present here, not vetted on our southern border, but released on their own recognizance. And now, with an announcement yesterday from the FBI, a connection to terrorism, specifically ISIS terrorism. In the past several months, FBI has also picked up al-Shabaab terrorists in the United States that had crossed on our southern border, that were listed as special interest aliens, that have now been picked up. We are literally living on borrowed time. This is the issue that I brought up over and over again to this body to say we need to pay attention to this issue of what's happening on our southern border. Now, currently, the administration has put in place a new executive order to try to lower somewhat the number of people that are coming across, but the way they're doing it is by turning around people from the Western Hemisphere, but folks from other areas, like Tajikistan, those folks are still coming through. Some are being detained, but a large number are actually being released on their own recognizance as special interest aliens. We don't have information on a direct tie to terrorism at the time they're at the border, so they're being released. The bill that I brought to this body would have changed the way we did screening dramatically, would have taken all these issues about terrorism from the end of the process and moved it to the beginning, so that we're not releasing people and then trying to figure out if we can chase them. Right now, what's really happening day to day is that individuals that are crossing our border, we're hoping that the FBI can pick up any information on them after they're already released into the country. Remember, there were 70,000 individuals like this last year, 53,000 so far this year. And we're hoping the FBI is able to discern they're a terror threat before they carry out an act of terrorism. That is exactly the wrong way to do this. We need to enforce our southern border with more than just some action to be able to reduce what's happening. We should not be living on borrowed time every day, awaiting the next terrorist attack in the United States because our border was open. What have we done in the past? Well, last year, we deported 4 Tajiks last year, 4. Now we're in the process of deporting another 8. We don't know what the numbers are here. And at the end of the day, that's a very bad spot for us to be in as a country. I don't want the United States of America living on borrowed time, awaiting the next terrorist attack because we were not paying attention and enforcing our own southern border. We need to be able to wake up on this. With that, I yield the floor. Mr. President, my guess is if I went to every person in this room, every page, every person sitting in the gallery, every senator, and I pointed to this image and said, "What do you see there?" My guess is every person in this room would go, "Well, that's a baby." That's my guess. I mean, I haven't asked every person here. But my guess is every person would look at it and they would go, "Well, that's a sonogram of a baby." That's what I would say. Looks like a child to me. So the interesting thing in America is the next question is, should it live or die? The first question is pretty obvious. That's a baby. The second question is, should it live or die? That one in America is not quite so obvious anymore. You know, what's interesting is I have two daughters. They're amazing, remarkable, beautiful women. They're adults now, but I distinctly remember that pregnancy test and seeing those little lines on that test, for my wife and I looking at each other with excitement. I distinctly remember talking to friends and our parents and other folks saying that we were pregnant. And as we shared our story, I don't remember a single person saying to me, "Well, you're pregnant. What are you going to do with it? Are they going to live or die?" No one asked us that. No one asked us, is it really a baby or is that just a fetus? No one said, you just have tissue. They asked us questions like, have you thought of a name? Have you figured out how to install the car seat yet? Those are the questions they asked us. Because every person we talked to and every person that we shared we were pregnant with all acknowledged that reality, that that's a baby. Two years ago, the Supreme Court ruled what's now called the Dobbs decision. It took away the Roe v. Wade decision that mandated that abortion had to be everywhere in the country and took it back to where it was for the first 180 years or so of our country, when the law was the rules about abortion are handled in each state. That's all it did. It didn't end abortion in America. We still have abortion in America in very high numbers. But the decisions of how that's done was not done by a Supreme Court. It's done by legislators, that is, as it always had been. And that's what the court said. So this is now going back to the people and the people's representatives on all levels. And so the debate is again scattered across the entire country now. And the debate is very simply over, is that a child? And if it is a child, what should happen to it? Now I have to tell you, that baby's not mine, but she's really cute. I look at a baby like that. My daughters both slept in that same position, which we as parents called the touchdown position, where they both had their hands up over their heads. And I'm amazed at this picture of the sonogram to see that infant in the womb in that exact same position asleep. And I think the only difference between this child in the womb sleeping with her hands over her head, and this child is time. That's it. That baby's as much of a baby as that baby's a baby. There's no difference there other than time. So we debate and we talk about this very complicated question. When is a child valuable and when is a child medical waste? When's a child valuable and when's a child disposable? And we as Americans are grappling with that issue. And the issue about when that child is a child really comes down to preference and convenience. And to determine, is the child convenient? If they're convenient, then they're a child. If they're not convenient, they're disposable. If two ladies are walking down the same street, both of them, let's say, 18 weeks pregnant. Those two ladies on opposite side of the street, one of them steps into her workplace and into a baby shower. And the folks at work are going to talk about how to install a car seat. They're going to talk about where you're going to set up the crib, and they're going to talk about baby names, and they're going to talk about all the expenses and things. And the person on the other side of the street, also 18 weeks pregnant, is headed to get a surgical abortion. And so I asked the question, of those two children, what's the difference between those two children? They're both at 18 weeks of development. One of them is being celebrated and prepared for, and one of them will be disposed of. What's the difference between the two? We as Americans are trying to figure out the answer to that exact question. And the conversation's happening all over the country. I get it, it's a fair conversation. When is a child a child? Or when are they not a child? Well, under this administration's by far been the most pro-abortion administration ever in the history of the country. And that's not just an opinion, that's just the actions of the administration. That's just been the response to the Dobbs decision. This administration was so disturbed that we might have fewer abortions in America that the Biden administration has aggressively worked to increase the number of abortions in America to offset the possibility that there could be fewer abortions. Because they didn't want to see fewer abortions in America. They want to see as many or more. So the Biden administration opened up for the first time VA hospitals to provide abortions, even late-term abortions, even up to the very final months of a viable child. That VA clinics would be the first, VA hospitals would be the first time to be able to provide abortions. They're withholding funds for pregnancy resource centers. Now, these are the centers that they really hate the most. These are pregnancy resource centers that are around the country that offer crazy things like diapers and formula and support for pregnant moms. That if pregnant moms walk in and say, hey, I'm really struggling with my pregnancy and I'm afraid, that they say, we'll walk with you, we'll counsel you, we'll give you free materials, we'll help provide diapers and baby clothes and a car seat, and we'll walk along with you so you don't have to be afraid and alone. The Biden administration really hates those folks, so they're withholding funds from any grants going to those folks where they have received grants in the past. HHS is now paying to move people that illegally cross our southern border to places, even teenagers, places where they can get abortions. And we have federal dollars going to be able to move people to make sure that those people that illegally cross our border that want access to abortion to be able to get it. This has been frustrating to be able to watch. Even in my state, and my state has chosen to say, we think every child's valuable. We look at these two girls and we see them just a couple of weeks apart, but we see them both as young girls. We kind of state the obvious. But in my state, because we don't allow abortion and promote abortion, Health and Human Services has now stripped away grant dollars from my state for one reason. Health and Human Services came to my state and said, if you don't put a 1-800 number on all of your health care materials coming from the state, telling women where they can get an abortion, we will take away your federal funding. If you don't show and give a 1-800 number where you can get an abortion, we'll take away your grant funding. Oh, and they didn't take away just any grant funding because, by the way, my state said we're not going to do that. So the grant funding they took away from my state was for impoverished women to get cancer screenings and for AIDS patients to get testing. They took that funding away, saying we will not allow any federal dollars coming into your state for AIDS testing and for cancer screening for impoverished women if you don't promote abortion in your state. They were serious. So they did it. Because this administration is obsessed with increasing the number of abortions in the country and finding ways to be able to expand this and telling people not to look at this picture. It's been a frustrating journey the last couple of years because we seem to be ignoring the obvious. And we're so tied up here on the politics of this, even when Senator Thune brings a bill that says if a child is born alive after a botched abortion, they're fully delivered, full-term baby on the table, breathing, what should we do? That's a pretty common sense bill, but yet my Democratic colleagues have knocked it down today and said, no, that child should not have the opportunity for life. When Senator Hyde-Smith brings a bill that just says, why don't we give education to more doctors and more moms about infertility, it doesn't limit IVF at all. It was like, nope, not going to do that. When Senator Britt from Alabama brings a bill that says, why don't we recognize during pregnancy, that's really expensive. And if states have the requirements to do child support for a child, well, I'll just say it, for a deadbeat dad that's not paying his child support, if they walk away at that point, that child support should also cover the time of pregnancy, not just after delivery. That's pretty common sense because for any mom, they know pregnancy is really expensive. It's a very expensive time. So child support should begin when that child is there. A common sense bill that I dare say most Americans would say, well, that makes sense, has been knocked down today. And I bring one more that I think is pretty common sense. It is already the law in the United States that every person has the right to conscience. Healthcare providers that go into the profession to protect life, to save life, to heal, many of them also say, I don't want to be a part of taking human life. I went into this profession to protect life. So they express to their clinics, their hospitals, wherever they serve, that they don't want to be a part of the taking of human life. They understand that it's happening in their hospital, they just don't want to be a part of that. They express their conscience issues. By the way, that's protected in federal law right now, that every one of those healthcare providers has the right to be able to express their conscience and not be required to take human life. The problem is, it requires the federal government to actually step in and enforce that law. So let me show you what that looks like. A nurse in Vermont a few years ago, that nurse went into her hospital as she normally did, and as she went into her hospital, went into work as she normally does. She's a nurse that's passionate about the life of every person, including children in the womb, and she'd expressed that to the hospital. She got caught as she was going in saying, hey, we need you in ER right now. She said, no problem. So she steps into the ER to help with a procedure, gloves up, gets ready, is going to go assist, and as she walks in, the doctor that's in the room looks at her and says, don't hate me. And she suddenly says, what's going on? And realizes she's been called in to be able to assist with an abortion. She's already made it clear she doesn't want to be a part of taking human life. The hospital says, no, we'll fire you if you don't help. We need your help. We're short of staff today, so you're going to do this. A direct violation of federal law. Clearly, no question, direct. They expressed it in the operating room. They knew they were violating our conscience. So, federal government goes through the process of starting to be able to enforce the law on that hospital until the last presidential election occurred. When the last presidential election occurred, the new leadership of HHS stepped in and said, we're not going to enforce that. In other words, we're dropping that case. It would be the equivalent of a police officer walking down the street, looking at a burglary that's happening, knowing that a crime is occurring right there, and just saying, I'm going to choose not to enforce the law today, and just walk on by. That's what's happening right now. So the Conscience Protection Act that I bring does a simple thing. It says if an employer violates federal law and the federal government chooses not to enforce this, the individual that's had their conscience violated, that individual has the right to be able to bring a case on their own. This is not controversial. This will not eliminate a single abortion in America. Not one. We will not have one fewer in abortion in America based on this policy. But what it will do is we'll say to an American, you're free to be able to live your conscience without fear of being fired for living your conscience. That's the only thing that it does. I think that's pretty straightforward and pretty common sense. Of all things that we should be able to agree to in this body, let's protect each other's right to believe and to live their faith. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of S-4524, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time, passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. In reserving the right to object, let me just say that the crisis facing women and families in this country is a crisis of access to reproductive health care. And the solutions to this crisis are obvious, and I am sorry to see that our Republicans are blocking those solutions at every turn. So this bill claims to protect healthcare workers if they refuse to participate in abortion care due to moral or religious obligations. But of course we know, Mr. President, that those protections already exist in federal law. And I think that this bill would actually go well beyond that. It would in fact create a pathway for providers to object to providing other critical prevention and treatment services, for example, treatment to HIV. So I think, Mr. President, this is another effort to distract Americans from the core fact that Republicans are trying to restrict access to reproductive health care and reproductive freedom, while Democrats are trying to protect them. And I, for those reasons, Mr. President, object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
We'll continue to be able to speak out. We do believe that's a child. We believe in the dignity of every human being. My wife, when we were pregnant, every single cell in her body, every cell, from her toenails and her toes and her nose and her elbows, every single cell in her body has the exact same DNA. It has that signature of her. But when we were pregnant, suddenly there was a group of cells that had different DNA. They didn't match hers and they didn't match mine. They were cells with DNA that had never existed on Earth before until that moment. They were uniquely different. I think we should acknowledge that fact in the days ahead, that there's something special about those different cells. We'll continue to speak out for the conscience rights of all individuals to be able to state the obvious and to be able to live their faith. And to think in the days ahead, we'll have a time as Americans, we'll look back on this season and think, why would we turn away from what was so obvious to all of us? I yield the floor. President, there's a difference between a refugee that is fully vetted, that America has welcomed historically and should continue to, and we will. We worked for decades to be able to honor refugees and to be able to do our part in what's happening around the world. That same standard for refugees, where an individual is identified, their family is vetted, they go through a process both through the UN and through the United States to be able to identify how to be able to help that family. That same definition for a refugee is also used as a definition for asylee. It's the same definition, but there's a dramatic difference between the two. The refugee has been fully vetted. We know who they are. We know the situation. We know the crisis that their family has gone through. And our nation, like multiple other nations around the world, engages to see what we can do to be able to help that family in trauma. That's who we are as Americans. It's who we'll continue to be. The challenge is when we have thousands of people cross our southern border requesting asylum, who we don't know who they are not vetted, that begin to take advantage of American generosity. And it becomes a challenge for us to be able to filter who really qualifies as a refugee asylee as they're crossing the border, and who's just taking advantage of our system. That's a challenge. It's been a challenge for us for years, but is dramatically accelerated in the last 3 years. This year, we'll have 2.5 million people that will cross our southern border. The vast majority of those will ask for asylum, and they'll be released into the United States awaiting a hearing, sometimes 8 to 10 years in advance, to be able to make their case that they qualify. In the meantime, we don't know who they are. They've not been vetted. We don't have background information for those individuals. Last week, the FBI picked up 8 individuals with direct ties to ISIS that were in our country. That in the last 2 years had crossed our southern border, had blended in with the rest of the folks who requested asylum, and then disappeared into our country. Thankfully, our FBI was able to pick up that these 8 individuals were in Los Angeles, New York, and Philadelphia, preparing to be able to carry out acts of violence in our country. We're grateful for the work of the FBI to be able to do that, but why aren't we filtering these individuals at the border? We're not evaluating criminal history even in the country they're coming from. How do I know that? I know that because I work with DHS, and I'm fully aware of what their process is. We fingerprint individuals, and we see if they are on the terror watch list. That is, we know them, we've been tracking them internationally, or if they're on the Interpol international criminal list. But if they're on a list in their own country, we don't know that. Last week, Victor Antonio Martinez was picked up in my state of Tulsa, Oklahoma, sitting in a sports bar in Tulsa where he had left out from Maryland after murdering Rachel Marin, a mother of 5. Now, he had fled to Maryland because he'd carried out acts of violence in Los Angeles, in a violent home invasion in Los Angeles. So he carried out an act of violence in Los Angeles, went to Maryland, murdered a mom there, then was headed to Tulsa. What do you think was about to happen in Tulsa? Oh, by the way, did I mention? He fled from El Salvador because he'd murdered someone in El Salvador. So he fled El Salvador, came to our southern border, requested asylum, came into the United States, attacked a family in Los Angeles, murdered a mom in Maryland, and then was arrested in my state of Tulsa. Please don't tell my folks in Tulsa there's nothing to worry about on illegal immigration. This is all going fine at the border. We don't believe it. Because a violent multi-person murderer was on a national crime spree, and my state was next before he was picked up and arrested. Now extradited back to Maryland for the crime there. In New York, earlier this year, Raul Castro Mata from Venezuela shot at 2 New York police officers. He's one of those folks from Venezuela that had come across asking for asylum. Earlier this month in Texas, an illegal immigrant was arrested when he'd broken into a private business and had committed a pretty large robbery there. In Florida, a SWAT team got into a shootout with an illegal alien who had killed a police officer just a few months ago. In Washington State, an illegal alien from Mexico was driving. He killed a Washington State police officer. The car was going 107 miles an hour. He was under the influence of marijuana at the time. Listen, I'm fully aware that not everyone that crosses the border is going to carry out acts of criminal activity. I'm fully aware of that. All I'm doing is asking a simple question. Are we checking criminal history at the border for the thousands of people that are coming across the border? And the answer is no. For the 8 people that were picked up last week that were ISIS terrorists connected, those 8 are individuals that were listed as special interest aliens. They're 8 of the 53,000 special interest aliens that have entered our country this year across the southern border. Oh, and if you think that number's big, last year the number was 70,000 special interest aliens were released into our country last year. These are individuals that this DHS has declared at the border a potential national security risk. Yet instead of detaining them, the vast majority of them have been released on their own recognizance around the country somewhere. Listen, this body knows full well I'm willing to work with anyone on either side of the aisle to be able to solve this issue. Between now and the election, we're going to have another 1.5 million people illegally cross into our country between now and the end of the year. We've had 10 million people illegally cross in the last 3.5 years. 10 million. If we don't stop this, every day we have folks that are coming in to find work, to connect with families, and folks that are also coming in to commit criminal acts. They're not fleeing from poverty, they're fleeing from the law in their own country. And they're carrying out acts of violence in ours. And when we can't tell the difference between the two, why are we defaulting to open rather than defaulting to closed? Why are we literally telling the people in my state, that guy sitting next to you at the sports bar, we didn't know if he was a criminal or not, so we just let him in. We didn't know if he'd committed murder in his own country, so we just let him in. Why are we doing that? Why is that happening today on our southern border? And what are we going to do to stop it? I'm going to continue to come to this floor to bring this up because it's not getting better. The executive action the president took 2 weeks ago to declare they're going to put new limits in place, everybody here should check the facts on it. We have the same number of crossings yesterday that we had 4 weeks ago before that executive action went into place. That executive action hasn't changed the numbers. What has changed is the way they're counting the numbers. They are now not including in the count the people who come to a port of entry who are not legally present. They're now not being included. So the numbers look smaller, but look at the asterisk in the fine print of who's now no longer being counted in the publicly released numbers. The numbers haven't changed. The way they're publishing the numbers have changed. And then this week, the president announced a new amnesty program for folks here in the country. That is now his 95th executive action announcing to the world that if you get across our border, you can stay. It's inviting people to be able to come into our country illegally. That's the wrong message to the world. And it's a message that we need to address. And we shouldn't just wait around until it gets better on its own. Volume of your response on that. Some of you need to go back and get more bean juice in you to be able to get that going. Listen, I appreciate Tim's introduction, but that either excites you that a youth pastor is in the Senate or terrifies you that a youth pastor is in the Senate. Depending on your relationship with your youth pastor on that, I do need to set you at ease now that he's already mentioned that, some of the background on it. I do not drive like the senator's van and pick everybody up in the morning. I don't bring pizza to every event. We do occasionally have lock-ins, but they're not lock-ins that I actually sponsor on that. So all that's not true. I have to tell you, it is an incredible joy to be able to serve in the United States Senate. But there was nothing like standing at Falls Creek and watching thousands of students come to Christ every single summer. When my wife and I sensed God's call, and it was a calling, what she calls life's greatest interruption, when we sensed a calling in 2008, 9, and 10 that just God would not leave us alone, we resigned our position at Falls Creek at the end of the summer of 2009 and spent a year living off our life savings, which, as you can imagine, in youth ministry was significant. And we lived off our life savings for a year, knowing that this is what God called us to do and to be able to take this on and to be able to be salt and light in a place. I had so many people that caught me immediately and said, DC is such a dark place. And I would typically smile at them and say, wouldn't it be odd of God to send light to a dark place? For all of us that have come here to be a part of this dialogue, we've not given up hope. We said that God is still calling. He is still engaging. His affection still goes towards people. This morning, you may have had the same experience that I had. I won't say exactly because I don't know, but this morning when I got up and went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror, my immediate shock was the forces of good and evil had been raging a battle on my head, and evil had won, okay? And so hairs everywhere, and you just look at it, and you have this immediate response, like, I gotta get in the shower. I gotta, something's gotta be done on that. When we look in a mirror in the morning, we don't look in a mirror to see how bad it is and then walk away. We look in a mirror to see how bad it is and say, that needs work. And so I'm gonna do something about it. Some people look at Washington and say, that's bad, and walk away. Others look in the mirror and say, that's bad, I'm gonna do something about it. Listen, we're not of those people that look in the mirror and walk away. We're those people that look in the mirror and fix it. Now, I hate to tell you, Washington, D.C. is a mirror to the country. Now, we don't like to admit that, but we are a representative republic. That means the people that are serving us in Washington, D.C. are reflecting us and our values nationwide. And people look at Washington, D.C. and say it's a swampy, crazy anomaly. The rest of the country is not like that. The D.C.'s divided and angry and doing crazy stuff. And I say, how was it like at Thanksgiving at your house last year? When the whole family got together. And the whole family got together, and that one crazy cousin shows up in their crazy liberal T-shirt, and they start poking the other cousin who's like open carrying to Thanksgiving, and they just start going at it, and eventually the whole room either gets quiet or half the room leaves, and then you just talk about each other on the way home. You're laughing because it sounds familiar, doesn't it? We are as divided in D.C. as we are in the nation. We can look at that mirror that is D.C. and to say, that's not us. We can complain about that mirror that is D.C. and say, that looks terrible, and walk away. Or we can look in the mirror and go to work on it. I am honored to stand among a group of folks that is determined to do something about it, and to find out what you can do in your own life, your own family, your own community to say, we are going to shift to be able to do something different. Because we look in the mirror of our nation and we look at it and we see people celebrating abortion. This is the most pro-abortion president in the history of the country. He's turned VA clinics into abortion clinics. In my state, he's literally taken away the federal funding for AIDS testing and cancer screening in my state because my state won't put out a 1-800 number to every person in the state of where they can get an abortion. And so he's removed federal funding from us. We have a nurse in Vermont that said to her hospital, I came into healthcare to be able to protect life, not to be able to take it. And they said, we're going to honor that until this administration came. And this administration said, we're not going to defend you anymore. And literally, she was compelled to be a part of an abortion or lose her job. And this administration said, not my problem. Other than the fact it's federal law that she has conscience protections, but this administration said, we're just not going to guard this. We see people that literally look at a sonogram and see a child sucking its thumb, kicking its feet, and they say, that's medical waste. And we say, that's a child. One vote's not going to fix that. It's a culture that we're going to have to change. It's engagement with our neighbors, with our communities, with our families, to be able to say, let's say out loud what is obvious. When you look at a sonogram and see a nose and count 10 fingers and 10 toes, that's a baby. That's not a fetus. That's not medical tissue. That child has different DNA than every other person on the planet. It has different DNA than the mom or the dad. Every single cell in the mom's body has the exact same DNA from the toes to the nose, except those cells. Because what's different about those cells? because it's a different person that's there. So we should speak the obvious to people that need to hear the obvious in love. We should speak the obvious to people that Israel is our ally and she needs to be defended and we need to stand with her. That should be obvious. When we watch activists scream from the river to the sea and talk about the annihilation of the Jewish nation, we should speak out for people. We should speak out and to say we've experienced in our own nation what terrorism looks like, and we're going to stand with those who are victims of terrorism as well. We should speak out in ways that convince and to move. We should speak out when 8 ISIS-affiliated individuals were arrested in America 2 weeks ago because President Biden had allowed them to come across our southern border openly. We should speak out on that. We should say that's not who we want to be. Listen, I've been very outspoken. I'm willing to work with anyone to be able to solve the issue of the border because I understand what's happening at our border. We have terrorists crossing every day. We have a 12-year-old murdered in Houston this week. We have a mom of 5 murdered in Maryland, who, by the way, that murderer also murdered in El Salvador, then actually committed a violent act in California, then murdered somebody in Maryland. And you know where they were arrested? My state. They were coming to my state to commit the next act of violence because President Biden allows thousands of people across the border every single day and says some of them are coming to work and some of them are coming to murder, but I don't have time to be able to filter between the two, so we'll just let them all in and figure it out later. That's not who we are. And we need to stop it right now. Right now. There are things that the president could do right now to be able to make a radical change. I understand full well this president doesn't want to enforce the border like President Trump did. President Trump had an incredibly secure border. He worked on everything that he possibly could to be able to bring the numbers down and to be able to enforce the border. But I've said to this president, at least enforce the border as much as President Obama did. President Obama had 500,000 people crossing a year. This president has 2.5 million people crossing a year that we know of. We've had 10 million people illegally cross the border in the last 3.5 years. That's more than the previous 12 years combined. If we don't get it stopped now, we're going to have another 2 million people illegally cross the border just between now and when President Trump comes in January. That's a problem. So for me, I'm going to work with whoever and whatever I can do. I'm on the floor of the Senate every week. I'm challenging it. I'm working with DHS in every way I can because I don't want another 2 million people crossing into this country this year and wait for somebody else to be able to come in and fix it. Let's work to be able to fix it right now and to be able to get a stop to it. This is family. So let me speak family to us. We are people that are setting the tone for the nation. We are people that speak out on what's true and right. We say the obvious out loud, and we challenge people to better. That's why we're here. 2 Corinthians 5 says we have the ministry and the message of reconciliation. There's a broken world out there that doesn't need our anger. They need reconciliation. They need the opportunity to be able to know Christ and have their hearts transformed, and they need to see Christ alive in people and the difference that it's made. If we look, sound, act exactly like an angry leftist world, they'll see no difference. But if they see in us a joy, a peace, a direction that is right and that it is good, they'll see the imprint of Christ on the plan, and they'll know it's good and right. It's what Peter challenged in 1 Peter chapter 2 when he said, live such good lives among the pagans that though they may see your good deeds, they will glorify God on the day that he visits us. And then the very next verse after that is honor authority. And Peter says the first way that you can actually live such a good life among a lost world is to be able to speak about government and to government different than anyone else does. Because when you do that, you stand out and you have an opportunity to be able to transition hearts. It's what Paul challenged Titus in Titus chapter 3 to be able to live such a good lives that we transform government and transform our culture by our life. If we are the angriest elves out there,
People won't hear us. Christ had a pretty radical concept. He didn't come to be the angriest. He came to be the clearest. And he set a path, and people have been following him for 2,000 years and having a transformed life. We need to be able to set that path. Our reflection that we see in Washington, D.C., our reflection that we see in our nation is more than just a single election. And I appreciate Ralph's comments on that earlier. Isn't he such a great leader? Ralph does such a great job leading. I appreciate his comments earlier. We're working towards an election in November, and we're hoping and praying for great results there and a shift of what's happening in D.C. But I tell you, as we're working, we're also setting an example for the nation to say not only could it be different in Washington, D.C., it could be different in our lives and in our communities. We want to be able to transform a community in how we act and react. I go back over and over again in the Psalms of Ascent. Anytime I travel to Jerusalem, and I go as often as I can, anytime I get to Israel, as I'm approaching the city, I pull out Psalm 120 and start reading the Psalms of Ascent, just like the pilgrims did millennia ago. As I read the Psalms of Ascent, I always smile when I get to that second one, Psalm 121. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. When I get to that psalm, I always pause and remember when the pilgrims of old, when they were marching towards Jerusalem and they would see the city and start singing the Psalms of Ascent, as they looked up on the hill, they would see two huge buildings up on the hill. They would see the palace and they would see the temple. Those were the two massive buildings on the top of that hill. And as they approached the hill, they begin to sing, I lift up mine eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? And they're looking at God and government buildings in front of them. And they say, my help comes from the Lord, from that one, the maker of heaven and earth. Listen, when we set the example for the people around us, when we set what we need to do, be, when we set a reflection, we remind people again that when we lift up our eyes to the hill, we may see Capitol Hill, but Capitol Hill is not our hope. Capitol Hill is not our hope. It is our intention, it is our plan, it is our way to be able to help communicate to a nation that there's a better way to take care of our families and our communities, but our hope is not in Capitol Hill. Our hope is in the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. So my challenge to us today is look in the mirror, decide if you like what you see, and if you don't, let's go to work fixing it. But let's be the example that we want the nation to be able to be. Let's lift up our eyes to the hills and know where our help comes from and call those behind us, come follow us as we follow him. Bless you in Jesus' name. Bless you.
Senator Lankford, you're recognized for your questions.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you to both of you for the testimony today. Director Rowe, future Vice President J.D. Vance was in my state this past week in Oklahoma City. I talked with some of the Secret Service folks that are there. They're doing a terrific job. I got a chance to be able to thank them personally for the tasks they're doing, and I know the Oklahoma folks in Secret Service, and they're very dedicated, incredibly sharp people on that team. So I know this is a challenge to all Secret Service. This is something every Secret Service agent wakes up every single day and wants to avoid. So please continue to be able to pass on our gratitude for the work they do every single day and for what's happening out there.
I will,
so
sir.
Appreciate that. Mr. Bate, I want to ask you about some of the interviews that have happened. Y'all have done more than 400 interviews at this point. For the counter-sniper team that was local law enforcement that was on the second floor overlooking that rooftop, have they been interviewed at this point?
Yes, Senator. I believe that each of them have been interviewed.
Do you know offhand if they were at their post at that time, able to look across that? They were at that post at sometimes. Do we know they were at that post at 6:08 to 6:11?
My understanding, and I want to be fair, I have not read the reports directly, but I've been briefed on some of it. They were at times during the time frame we're talking about here on post within the AGR building. And I do believe, but I would want to confirm this at some point, one or more did venture out in an effort to locate and isolate the.
We understand from the timeline that they were also looking for this individual that was suspicious, that they had left that post to be able to try to look for him on the ground at different points to try to be able to see if they could get a different perspective. What we're trying to figure out is during that time period that he actually climbed on the roof, assembled a firearm or took a firearm with him or picked one up, whatever it might have been there, that they were able to actually see him if they were able to look left, as been acknowledged in the photos that are up there.
Senator, I don't know the exact timing and the movements of each officer that was out there, but what I would derive from it is they were all focused on locating the shooter, the suspicious person at the time. And then, as we've all seen, the one officer attempted to get on the roof directly. There were efforts going on in those final minutes on the video to try to get to this person.
We've got one officer being boosted up by another officer to look up on the roof because people on the ground had said there's someone up there and they have a gun that's crawling on that roof. And so they climbed up to be able to see it. He turned around with a rifle. He came down. And then at that point, he gets on the local radio that he has and says there's someone on the roof with a gun. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, I believe that that's accurate.
So what's the rest of the radio communication? We've heard that first call in. We know it's about 30 seconds from the time he called in till the actual first shot rang out. What else was discussed on the radio during that 30-second time period?
Senator, we have the radio communications. The local radio communications were recorded and captured, and we do have that as part of the investigation. The key points to me, that local officer communicating that he sees the individuals, he's armed. That's at about 6:11 in some seconds. I think it's 3 seconds. And then he identifies it as a long gun at about 6:11 and 11 seconds. And the shots, which all happen quickly together, I believe happen within probably 30 seconds.
So we're talking about over the radio because there's a command center there where all radios, including the local, they're all being listened to try to be able to review. There's a statement that has the word gun in it that's coming out across that radio. We only know that first communication. We don't know what came back and forth on that. We'd like to get transcripts of that conversation that was done in local law enforcement. But coming into that command center, there's also the word gun coming through one of the radio frequencies. I would think that would be communicated pretty quickly to everybody across the spectrum. 30 seconds is not long, but that's an NFL play plus a huddle plus the next play. I mean, that's quite a bit of time still to be able to respond. When Secret Service moved to be able to protect the president once the first shots were fired, within 2 seconds, they're gathered around him. So trying to be able to figure out where the word gun got lost in radio communication here and what else was said.
Certainly, we will share the communications with you and the committees, Senator. I will note, just from my notes, there was effort within those minutes and seconds once the gun was announced. There's other communications where the local police are talking about deploying a QRF and responding, and that they've got the building surrounded. So it's not an avoid. I don't want to give you the misimpression.
Right, I understand, but typically I would assume for Secret Service, if they hear over the radio over something gun, they're moving to be able to protect the detailee, the person they're protecting at that point, the protectee, that they're moving pretty quickly at that point if that's what's actually coming out. And so that's what I'm trying to be able to figure out, how that didn't get communicated out to the people that were directly in front of the former president at that point. And the last question I'd have, I only have a second left, is just, was there any overhead drone? We've talked about counter drone, but any visibility that Secret Service had to be able to see the field and all the operation in their own ability?
No, sir. And as was asked by another senator earlier, it appears that there was an offer by a state or local agency to fly a drone on our behalf, and I'm getting to the bottom as to why we turned that down.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Kennedy, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do want to spend some time talking about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017, because obviously that's going to be a big issue for next year. There has been some conversation in the presidential election politics lately of saying this only benefited the ultra wealthy and that it wasn't a benefit to everyone. In fact, Vice President Harris has been quoted by Bloomberg as saying that she wants to, what was the exact quote, get rid of the whole thing when she talks about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So I do want to spend some time talking about what does that mean. Mr. Bunn, you had mentioned before a statistic about what's the percentage of Americans that their taxes actually declined with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
So there were tax cuts across the board, and if this actually does expire, 62% of American households will see their taxes increase, and on average across those households, across congressional districts, that's a tax increase of $2,800.
So 62% of Americans, their taxes are going to increase. The conversation about that we're only going to do a tax increase for people of $400,000 and up, interestingly enough, $400,000 and up 4 years ago versus now is almost $500,000 based on inflation. that's just occurred in the last 4 years at this point. So a 400,000 4 years ago would be the equivalent of almost 500,000 now on that, but that number hasn't changed on it. It continues to be able to increase. For the qualified business income that Mr. Brabant, you talked about, that's a pretty significant piece of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You're talking about if the whole thing just goes away, as Vice President Harris is calling for, you're talking about a very significant increase in taxes for every small business in America.
Yep, that's 9 in 10 small businesses are pass-throughs, and over 26 million small businesses claim this in 2021, and they're going to be looking at a significant tax increase if it goes away.
Thank you. I've also been very interested in the concept that the richest, the ultra rich, super rich, I've heard all the different terms, are not paying in taxes. I'd love to bring some facts to the conversation on this, actually from the Joint Committee on Taxation, the nonpartisan committee that this committee has to be able to work with to be able to get our nonpartisan facts. Yesterday, they put out a statement yesterday, just as they're looking back. They looked at 2017 tax bill. The first year after that, they've got all the records for it from 2019 now, from that year to be able to look at it. What happened with the ultra rich in 2019? They looked at the top 0.01% of earners. Top 0.01% of earners, that's 16,000 filers in America, the top 16,000 filers in America, and they said their average federal tax rate for 2019 was a 34% tax rate. Now, this seems very different than what we've talked about before, that the Joint Committee on Tax said the top 0.01% have a federal tax rate of 34%. What's left out of this is obviously the conversation saying, well, we're not taxing them on what they, on their unearned income. And that now becomes the joint conversation is, are we going to do an income tax? Or are we going to do a tax that's not really an income tax, that's a tax on what you actually just have? We're going to just tax you on that. That seems to be the point of conversation here. But when we talk about the actual rate, joint tax is telling us the uber rich are paying 34% the year after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act came in. So I'm trying to be able to process through this, and this is a debate that we've got to be able to have because we've got to be able to get into next year to be able to establish what is a right rate on this. Several of you have mentioned actually the bonus depreciation piece, which is a piece I work on a lot on it. Mr. Bunn, talk to me a little bit about that bonus depreciation and what that means for investment in manufacturing in America.
So among economists, this is the area where there's most agreement that from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, this was the biggest impact for investment, biggest bang for the buck. And looking forward, we've done analysis looking at different options for extending the different policies in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And it is the most impactful, it is certainly still a tax cut, but for per dollar of tax cut, you're getting the most bang for the buck on growth. And it limits the amount of time that different businesses have to think about their depreciation schedules and what assets are in what class and when they're able to get their deductions. It's a real simplification and big bang for the buck on growth.
Yeah, one of the things that we did by doubling the standard deduction is simplify taxes for just about every American and trying to be able to process through this. Mr. Chairman, one thing I do want to be able to bring up that we haven't talked about here, but we'll talk about a lot next year because I'm going to continually bring it up, is that we have a bipartisan effort dealing with charitable donations. The 2017 tax bill and the changes that we made there did reduce the number of folks that are able to itemize their taxes for nonprofit donations and charitable giving. Chris Coons and I have worked very hard to be able to bring multiple different proposals on the tax piece so that individuals that are non-itemizers can continue to be able to deduct some of what they give for nonprofits. We have 3 safety nets in America. The family is the first safety net. Churches and nonprofits are the second safety net. The third safety net is government. And so whatever we can do to incentivize people to be able to actually support both families and the safety nets of those nonprofits helps all Americans. And I want to put that in the conversation again for next year.
Happy to continue this conversation. Just want to make 2 points to my colleagues. Number one, the business tax break that my colleague from Oklahoma has referred to would have been taken care of in the bipartisan bill that we had with the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. So again, as with helping large families, which already could have been done today, so could have been the business break my colleague's talking about. I do want to make sure, because we did this briefly, and I don't think my colleague was here when I discussed it earlier, this analysis that the highest earners are somehow paying a 34%, tax rate is based on the funny math you get when you ignore, buy, borrow, and die. And that's what we have been talking about this morning with Mr. Lord and others, is that it is possible, essentially, to go out and buy a bunch of properties and just sit on them and borrow, against them for your lifestyle. And then when you die, everything's just recycled. And that's what we're concerned about. This is about tax avoidance. I too saw that 34%, analysis, and I just want my colleagues to understand that analysis is based on junk math. It's based on funny math that you come up with when you ignore, buy, borrow, and die. All right, our next.
Senate currently in a quorum call.
We are not, Senator.
Thank you. Madam President, I ended up being a topic of conversation for the past month and a half or so in a lot of political conversations about immigration and the border. So I want to be able to come to this body and to say immigration issues are still unresolved. But there's been a lot of rewriting of what actually has happened in the past year in all the negotiations. Vice President Harris made a comment publicly just a few weeks ago where she said, "Let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades." I mean, no respect to the Vice President, but we had 4 months of negotiations. She neither initiated those negotiations nor participated in a single second of those negotiations. Not 1 second. The Vice President's staff was never involved in any of the negotiations. The negotiations took 4 months because the people that sat down at the table all determined we're in a very bad place. We need to resolve the chaos that's happening at our southern border. For the first 6 weeks of those negotiations, the White House refused to participate at all in the negotiation, either from the President's staff, the President, or the Vice President or Vice President's staff. So for the first 6 weeks of the 4 months of negotiations, the White House didn't want to discuss it. After 6 weeks, the White House then got involved in the negotiations. So it was 3 senators and the White House to be able to walk through that. And then again, for the next 3 months of our negotiations, it was a constant fight to get anything agreed to secure our southern border. What we came up with and was the final agreement wasn't everything that I wanted, but it was enough to at least begin to make a change at what was happening at our southern border. It's a pretty straightforward process. Asylum is very difficult to achieve. Only about 3% of the people that actually go through the hearings actually achieve asylum, but you don't find out that until usually 6 or 8 years after you've already been here and have already gone through this long process. So now we have thousands of people crossing our border asking for asylum, not because they believe they qualify, but because they know they'll stay here somewhere between 6 and 10 years while they wait for the hearing, and they at least get a decade in America, and then many of them then disappear. So what we could get to agreement was, when you cross the border, you would cross the border, first person each day. They would have a much faster screening that would take hours or days, and they'd be screened at the standard that was at the end. So instead of waiting 6 or 8 years or 10 years to get that final decision, you would get it rapidly. So the first person that would cross each day would be quickly screened under a brand new process, and then 97% of them would be deported immediately because they don't qualify for asylum, and everyone knows the joke. So first day, first person, you cross, quickly screened under a new process, deported immediately. But if we got 5,000 people crossing us, we don't have enough staff to screen that many people. So we created a border emergency authority that if you cross the border and you've got 5,000 people flooding the border and we don't have the staffing to do it, no one gets screened. You just get arrested and deported. So first person, cross, screened, deported. If we're overwhelmed by the cartels with high numbers, you just are deported immediately and no one is screened. That's what we could finally come up with in his agreement. Now, I have to tell you, I felt like that would dramatically slow the flow at our southern border, and it would deal with the core issue that is the abuse of asylum. But there were a lot of issues I couldn't get agreement on. That, quite frankly, many of my colleagues on the Republican side were very frustrated that we couldn't make progress on. Some of those very common sense things. For instance, if you're going to request asylum, you have to request asylum at a port of entry. You can't come across the border between the ports of entry in the open desert or swim the river and then say, when you get caught, oh, I want asylum. It was obvious you were trying to sneak into the country, and you're saying if you're a true asylum seeker and you believe you're requesting asylum, come to a port of entry. We thought that was a pretty common sense thing to say. We'll expedite your process to asylum if you come to a port, not if we have to chase you in the desert. I couldn't get that agreement. My Democratic colleagues would not agree to that. That was a great frustration on the Republican side. We wanted to be able to require the Remain in Mexico program. The Supreme Court had already spoken in and said that had to be done. It was not being done. So that if we're flooded with people, they're not waiting for 8 or 10 years here. They're actually waiting in another country to be able to come through the process. They'd still get their appointment. My Democratic colleagues would have none of that. We also wanted an end to the 2 big parole programs that the Biden administration has created. One of them is called CBP-1. That is, if you come to a port of entry and tell DHS ahead of time, I'm coming, then DHS, when you arrive at the port of entry, will quickly give you paperwork, will give you a work permit that day, and will release you into the country for a decade as you await your hearing. It was a fast-track process into the country that was actually inviting more people to illegally cross into the country. We now have 1,500 people a day that are coming through that process. We have no idea if they qualify for asylum because they're not being screened for asylum. We wanted it into that process because we felt like it's actually inviting more illegal immigration rather than trying to deter it. And it's not just us that's saying that. The Inspector General for the Department of Homeland Security made this statement. They felt that CBP did not gather intelligence or conduct sufficient analysis of data generated by CBP-1 appointments to protect against fraudulent applications and misuse and public safety threats. That's not us saying that. That's the Inspector General saying that. We wanted an end to that program. Through the negotiations that were long and hard, I got agreement that that program would end, that we would put a stop to that program. But there was a second program called the CHNV program. This is 30,000 people a month that are coming in. These are folks from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. 30,000 a month. This was another program that was wholly created out of the Biden administration that's never existed in any other administration. It was a parole authority to say, if you'll contact us before you come from one of these countries, and someone here in the United States will, quote unquote, sponsor you, or at least say, I know them, then you can get into the country and be paroled into the country. This is not even an asylum request. This is just, you're just released into the country. We wanted to have a stop to that program as well, because there's all kinds of issues with that program. But at that one, my Democratic colleagues would not agree to and said, no, we'll stop the CBP-1 parole program in. We won't stop the slowdown of Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, Venezuelans coming in very high numbers. By the way, the deal was supposedly that we would take in 30,000 of those folks and Mexico would take in 30,000 of those folks. The problem is we've asked for the numbers that Mexico has taken in, and so far State Department won't give us an answer, DHS won't give us an answer. As far as we can tell, the Mexican side has been 0, while we have been 30,000. Now, we felt there was a problem in the way the program was being run, and by the way, again, we're not the only ones that think that. DHS itself shut down that program for part of this summer because they found what they called egregious fraud problems. That is, some sponsors sponsoring dozens of people to be able to come in, and an overflow of individuals not being properly screened. There are major problems with the program. Unfortunately, the program has restarted again. Now, why do I walk through this? I keep hearing this rewrite of history that it was President Trump himself that told all Republicans it's a great deal, but don't do it. Now, there's no doubt President Trump made a statement that it's not enough. He wanted everything in it, and he said, don't do it. No question that statement was made, but no question that belief was already shared by several folks on my side of the aisle, saying we wanted an end to all these parole programs. We also want to stop applying between ports of entry, and if you're going to apply only at ports of entry, and several of my colleagues said the House bill, that was H.R. 2, it was that or nothing. They wanted everything or nothing. And suddenly this whole system falls apart. I stood here at this exact same spot, saying to my colleagues on my side of the aisle, we should do as much as we can do. This is as much as we can get right now with a Democrat Senate, with a Democrat White House. Let's do all we can to be able to stop it. Obviously, I didn't win that part of the debate, but I also don't want people rewriting history and what actually occurred in the debate, because there were serious issues that were unresolved in the bill that are still out there. My frustration is all of it is still out there. We still have the same issue with asylum that this bill would have fixed. We still have the same issue between ports of entry that's still unfixed, and we still have not one of those parole programs, both of those parole programs happening. Interestingly enough, in the last couple of months, the numbers at the border have started slowing down. It's been very interesting. I don't know if you noticed, even during the presidential debate that happened earlier this week, ABC News asked Vice President Harris, the numbers in border crossings for illegal immigration was very high during your first 3 years, but they seem to have slowed down the closer we're getting to the election. Why? She actually didn't answer that question at all. She totally skipped it, and ABC News didn't follow up with her, shockingly, to be able to do a follow-up question to say, you didn't answer the initial question, you said everything else but why. Well, I can give you a couple things on that. Two things have occurred in this past few months. Mexico's had their elections, and we're having ours. And so suddenly Mexico is starting to enforce their border a little better, and this administration is enforcing the border a little better with the authorities they already have. Now, when I say a little better, it's gone from 5,000 people illegally crossing the day to about 3,400 people illegally crossing a day. That number is still 5 times what was crossing during the Obama administration. My request has been the same for President Biden all along. If you won't enforce the border the same way President Trump enforced it, at least enforce it the same way President Obama enforced it. Under President Obama, we had 500,000 people illegally crossing a year. Now we have 2.5 million people illegally crossing in a year. Same law, same exact law, enforced completely different. Why is this an issue? It's not just an issue in our economy. It's not just an issue in our schools. It's not just an issue in crime in our communities. It's also a national security issue. In June, the FBI picked up 8 ISIS-affiliated individuals that were in our country that had come across our southern border and had asked for asylum. They were from Tajikistan, and they had gotten the quick review at the border and had been released like hundreds of thousands others had that same month. But these 8 were different. They're ISIS-affiliated, and they scattered around the country to Philadelphia, New York, and Los Angeles, and began their plotting. Thankfully, our FBI picked them up. But of the 2.5 million people that have crossed just last year, how many did we miss? I've been very outspoken on this issue. We moved from the border issue being just an issue about how do we manage our own border and legal immigration to a national security issue. 3,400 people a day illegally crossing our border is still an epic high number. And while the media has looked away because now it's no longer 5,000 a day, 3,400 a day is still way too high. Our system is still overwhelmed, and we still have tens of thousands of people coming in of what this administration calls special interest aliens. That is folks that by their own definition are considered a national security threat. But there's so many, we don't have the opportunity to be able to follow all of them. That was those 8 that were picked up that were ISIS affiliated. They had been designated as special interest aliens. Thankfully, we were later able to find them and pick them up. But there are thousands of them currently in the country. Hopefully, they mean us no harm. But currently, we have no idea. That's something that needs to change. National security should not be a partisan issue. I understand it's an election year. This should not be a partisan issue. This should be a how do we fix this issue? This should be how do we resolve this issue? And if the numbers are going down, after I was told that the numbers were sky high because of climate change, that was really what I was told by DHS. In fact, the White House in 2021 put out a report on climate change and migration, saying that we have dramatically increased numbers because of climate change, not because of lack of border enforcement. My response to them now is, well, if the numbers are going down at the border, apparently the climate is getting better worldwide because the numbers are coming down. It's not an issue of climate migration. It's an issue of enforcement at our southern border. If that occurs, the numbers go down. If it doesn't, the numbers skyrocket because we're the United States of America, and people want to be able to be in the greatest country in the world, and I don't blame them. We as Americans, though, also have the right to be able to know we live in security, and the people that are coming into our country, we know who they are, we know where they're from, and we verified any kind of criminal background that may or may not be there. That's not an unfair request to be able to make. One last thing. Currently, the House has passed what they call the SAVE Act, and there's an ongoing debate in the House right now on how this will fit. The SAVE Act is a pretty simple thing. The SAVE Act just says if you're not legally present in the United States, you can't vote. Now, it's already federal law that no one who's a non-citizen can vote in federal elections. That's already the law. That's the trust part, though. There is no verify portion of this. We have the basic principle of trust and verify. Right now, we're all trust. It's against the law, but there is no verification. The SAVE Act just says we're not going to just trust that people that are not legally present here don't vote. We're going to verify that. You can't register to vote until you can show that you're actually a citizen of the United States. That shouldn't be a radical concept. That should be straightforward. I've been one of the folks that have asked the current Attorney General, can you show us any prosecutions or even any attempts to be able to prosecute individuals that were not legally present in the United States that attempted to vote? Because we know some stories, there's some newspaper stories scattered around the country of a few of those stories. We just asked the simple question, can you tell us any prosecutions? In Oklahoma, we have about 40 people every election across our state. About 40 people vote twice. They'll do absentee voting, and then they'll show up and they'll vote again. You know what they get? They get a knock on the door from law enforcement a couple of months later saying, you violated state law. You voted twice. We actually enforce our law. That discourages people in the future from then coming and trying that again because they know they're being enforced. So we thought it's a reasonable question to ask the Attorney General, how are you enforcing federal law in this area? It's not that they were asking for something new, it's how are we enforcing what's existing. So far, the Attorney General, after months of asking the question, has given us no answer. I look forward to the day that this body can sit down with each other and to say, let's solve the national security issues. Because we all know they're there. We all see it. We all go through the same briefings. Let's solve those. And let's have an immigration system where we honor legal immigration and deter illegal immigration. That's what most countries do. But for some reason, our politics has gotten in the way of us solving this. So let's find a way to be able to solve this in the days ahead. I have no delusion it's going to get solved in the next 2 weeks. But we do need to sit down and resolve this in the days ahead. With that, I yield the floor.
I come to the floor to offer a simple resolution, one that reaffirms the basic principle that when you go to the ER, the emergency room, they should be allowed to treat you. When your life is in danger, doctors should be able to do their job. When you need emergency care, including an abortion, no politician should stop you from getting it. Now, this seems incredibly simple to me. It should not be controversial, especially if everyone who talks about protecting the life of the mother seriously means it. After all, that is what emergency care is for, saving the life of the mother. And yet, when the Biden-Harris administration tried to make clear that these women should get care, many Republicans actually opposed them. I really want to emphasize, we are talking about women whose water breaks dangerously early, or who are experiencing uncontrollable hemorrhaging, or sepsis, or preeclampsia. And still, Republicans actually filed a brief in court saying essentially, no, we don't think doctors should be required to provide abortion care when a patient's life is at stake. Their brief rejected that idea, that basic medical reality of abortion as a stabilizing care. That's really shocking to me, and it should be shocking to everyone. After a brief like that, I'm not going to let any of my Republican colleagues off the hook just for saying they care about the life of the mother, not if they won't lift a finger to actually protect women and to actually make clear that emergency care can include abortion. We need to send a very clear message on this, Mr. President. The Senate needs to speak with one voice and tell the American people, yes, we want to make sure your doctor can save your life. Your doctor can save your life. And before my Republicans get up to object, let me be clear. You will not get by pretending a resolution like this isn't necessary. Not when we are hearing now firsthand from doctors racked with guilt for decisions that Republican politicians made for them. Not when they are hearing firsthand from women who have bled, suffered, and nearly died because their care was delayed. And certainly not when Texas saw maternal deaths now skyrocket because of its strict abortion ban. The data in Texas paints a clear, brutal picture of the reality. These abortion bans are killing women. Republicans are also not going to get by trying to shift the blame and argue emergency care is already protected, because the whole point of this resolution is to say emergency care is protected. So if you oppose the Senate actually saying that, don't you see how this could be part of the problem? Don't you see how that could be very dangerous for women? And again, I can't emphasize this enough. If you don't see and if you don't understand, listen. Women are speaking out, Mr. President. Doctors are speaking out. They are terrified, they are heartbroken, and they're angry. And they are watching right now to see if we can just pass this simple resolution and do the very bare minimum of saying with one voice, women have a right to get an abortion when their life is at stake, Mr. President. So I ask unanimous consent. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 828 on the right to emergency health care, including abortion care, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Reserving the right to object. This resolution itself and the wording that it has in this resolution says it's the sense of the Senate that every person has the basic right to emergency health care, including abortion care. Let me be very, very specific on this. We had a hearing today in the Finance Committee, where this same subject was addressed. We had OBGYNs from both perspectives on this, those that perform abortions and those that have a moral objection to it. We had a very good argument to be able to lay some facts out, to be able to walk through this. With two sets of attorneys that were there to be able to walk through the law. Here's what became very clear during that conversation this morning in that open hearing. There is no state in America which a woman faces persecution or prosecution for having an abortion. No state criminalizes miscarriage. No state criminalizes removing an ectopic pregnancy. No state prohibits life-saving care for the mother. No state requires a woman to be actively dying in order for her doctor to care for her. We heard story after story about doctors being concerned that they may face this because they're hearing political rhetoric like Vice President Harris in a speech that she said recently, where she said women were being arrested and facing prosecution for experiencing miscarriages. That is not true. So all of this rhetoric that is being put out there is making doctors afraid, but was very clear from the conversation in law that none of those things are actually true. Every physician, prior to the Dobbs decision, when there were limitations on abortion across the country, and post-Dobbs decision, when every single state is making those decisions, allowed physicians in an ER to be able to make life-saving decisions for the mother and the child. Every doctor has already the ability to be able to make that decision to be able to protect the life of the mother. They have the protections to be able to do that. So this is a false claim that somehow that what happened in the Dobbs decision and what's happening in states is limiting that. It's actually the political rhetoric that's making people afraid. What also came out during the hearing this morning was the very real risk of chemical abortions. That we've recently had tragic situations where women use the chemical abortion pills that they're being told are as safe as Tylenol, and then it has life-threatening and in some cases recently life-taking consequences. Chemical abortion pills are not Tylenol, yet they're being sold as that. And what we're seeing is more and more cases of the diminishing of this is no big deal to be able to end this pregnancy when they haven't seen a doctor, because the Biden administration is now saying you don't have to see a physician, so the woman doesn't know if she has an ectopic pregnancy or not. If she takes the chemical abortion pill while she has an ectopic pregnancy, she is at risk. But the Biden administration is saying you don't have to go see a doctor, they can just mail it to you. It's just as safe as a Tylenol, when it's not. We're also not being tested for their blood type to be able to make sure this doesn't affect future pregnancies during this chemical abortion, and they're not also determining by a sonogram how far along the mom is in this process, because there are limitations to this where it becomes more and more dangerous. All those things are restrictions that used to be there that the Biden administration has taken away to say, no, we want more people to have access to chemical abortions, but it's making it more dangerous for women. And we have seen that recently. So we want to engage in a conversation about how can we actually put some of those basic, humane, doctor-requested restrictions in there to make sure that we're protecting the lives of all those women. That's a better conversation for us to be able to have, is to say, what is it that the FDA had actually said was appropriate in the past, and what can we do to be able to protect the lives of women? So, yes, I object to this resolution on it based on the wording and what we're doing, but yes, we should continue to be able to have this conversation because there is a real concern that more and more doctors are afraid to do basic health care in an ER because more and more people are laying rhetoric out there that they're going to be arrested, and that is not true. There's not been a single physician in the country that has been arrested based on actually performing life-saving care for a mom in any ER room in the country. With that, I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard. Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I disagree with the senator from Oklahoma. And let me be perfectly clear. about what is happening here in America in the 21st century. Pregnant women are suffering and dying, not because doctors don't know how to save them, but because doctors don't know if Republicans will let them. There are skyrocketing maternal death rates in states like Texas. And as I spoke out on the floor last week, there are at least 2 women dead in Georgia today because of Republican abortion bans. Those kids are now growing up without a mother. That is the harsh reality. Republicans can't ignore that. Donald Trump can't shout over it. The American people will not ever forget it. And every day we are going to continue to hold those people who are opposed to this accountable for the cruelty of these abortion bans. The fact is that the resolution that I offered simply says that doctors can provide emergency care for the life of a mother. I don't understand where the disagreement is, Mr. President, and I hope that we can pass this and give doctors and women the confidence that in the United States of America, when you are pregnant and having severe emergency medical situation, you'll be treated. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The newly elected Senate Republican Conference Vice Chair is the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator James Lankford.
Hey, congratulations to John Thune. We're looking forward to his great leadership there. Republicans were asked a very simple thing. Can you get us back on track? Over 70% of the country right now believes the country is on the wrong track. Our task is going to be very, very simple: to defend our values, to be able to strengthen us as a nation, and to be able to bring prosperity to people that are really struggling right now. That's a primary issue for us, and all of those things are things that we're going to get onto immediately, because the American people have spoken and said, we do not like the direction that the country is going, so let's get us back on a better direction. So this leadership team, President Trump, J.D. Vance, we're headed in a direction to be able to get the country back on the track that she is looking for.